Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen, and put your phones on silent mode. We're going to start the opening ceremony of the BRICS Business Forum.
Para aqueles que precisarem, temos equipamentos de tradução simultânea na entrada do auditório.
If you need, we have
Minister of Malaysia, Mr. Ibrahim, the Vice President of the Republic and Minister of Industry, Development, Trade, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, and the President of the National Confederation of the Industry, Mr. Ricardo Alban. We will now present a video from the National Confederation of the Industry. Industry is the powerhouse that moves the country. It's present in all states. The video is subtitled in English. Over 500,000 companies and industries that employ millions of people. They are responsible for 25% of the country's GDP and almost 70% of Brazilian exports. This is the powerhouse represented by the National Confederation of the Industry, CNI, with SESI, SENAI, and IEL promoting the interests of this industry in the Congress and in the House of Representatives. Together, these institutions bring innovation, education, safety, and global competitiveness. SENAI has over 89,000 industries, and it's a large network with technology, with support to the competitiveness of industries. SESI is promoting the health, safety, and quality of life for industrial workers through services for companies of all sizes. With an innovative methodology focused on the market, it is the largest private education network in Brazil. IEL is present in every stage of the professional career, offering internships, bringing together universities, companies, and research centers. Renewable energy for a new generation of professionals. Brazilian industry now fosters economic growth, generating opportunities, connecting Brazil to the world, and transforming lives. Industry is more. Sistema Indústria.
A palavra ao presidente da Confederação Nacional da Indústria, Ricardo Alban.
We will now hear from Mr. Ricardo Alban, President of CNI. Good morning, dear friends from BRICS, from Brazil, from the industry, and from Rio de Janeiro. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here with you, celebrating such a momentous occasion in the current geopolitical scenario. And we hope this will be mutually interesting for all of us. I would like to salute Mr. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. Thank you for being here with us so that we can indeed have this interaction between the private industry, the public sector, governments, so that we can reach greater efficiency for the society, for Brazil. Thank you, Mr. President, for being here and for giving us the honor of your presence. I would also like to thank our dear friend, and it is a joy for us to have Mr. Vice President, Mr. Alckmin, also a minister working for the industry in our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Alckmin, for being here with us today. I would also like to salute Mr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zenoui, Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates. I would like to salute all diplomats and country representatives here, the State Minister, Mr. Mauro Vieira, Foreign Relations Minister, and I would like to salute all ministers that are here. I'm not going to name everyone individually due to time constraints, but I would kindly like to thank all of you for being here this morning. Mr. Mayor of Rio de Janeiro, Eduardo Paes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dear friend and partner, we have the President of the Republic and Mr. Vice President. I would like to salute the National Development Bank, BNDES of Brazil. Mr. Mercadante, the President of BNDES, could not be here due to personal reasons, but I would like to highlight that BNDES, the National Development Bank, is and will continue to be important for the development of this country. BNDES plays a key role in a country, and we have to acknowledge this so that this work, the good work, continues. We would like to thank BNDES for helping the Brazilian industry. President of FIRJAN, the Federation of Industries of Rio de Janeiro, our host, Mr. Caetano Sergio. FIRJAN is very important. And thank you, Mr. Caetano, for your presence here this morning. I would like to salute all women. The power of women in the BRICS is amazing. We have our dear friend here, Isabel, with us this morning, President of the Federation of Industries of the State of Roraima. I would like to salute all women present here in the audience. You're so deserving. President of the Federation of Bahia, Federation of Industries, Mr. Décio Lima, good partner of the industry and of Cebrics, dear friend Francisco Neto, one of the coordinators of BRICS. Thank you, dear friend Francisco, for doing such a good job. Well, speaking of women, I have to mention this fighter who was Miss Monica Monteiro. She coordinates WBA, the Women's Business Alliance at BRICS. Monica, my father used to say that you're terrible. You should be from my state of Bahia and not from the state of Pernambuco. Thank you, Monica, so much for your hard work and from bringing women together in the BRICS. Dear friend Fausto, also from the SASI National Board, Mr. André, together we will turn COP into an even greater powerhouse. If you think that COP in Belém is not going to work, you're going to be much surprised. This is going to be an amazing COP conference, fully endorsed and supported by President Lula, where we will have the true interaction between public and private sectors so that we have effective commitments out of this COP conference. We have our dear friend Musa doing an amazing work. SB COP will have an amazing agenda. So thank you, Mr. Musser, for your hard work. I would like to thank all foreign delegations, authorities, and dear friends that make the private sector be this powerhouse. I would also like to salute the new countries that have joined BRICS since last year. Welcome, you're all welcome. We know that political difficulties will not hinder BRICS growth more and more. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, Mr. Vice President or Mr. Prime Minister of Malaysia, Omar Ibrahim, welcome to the BRICS Business Forum 2025. This event is organized by the National Confederation of the Industry. This is a landmark in a cycle by Brazil. Brazil is for the third time the president of BRICS. Your participation in this forum shows that the public power values dialogue and the conversion with the productive sector to strengthen cooperation between BRICS countries. It also highlights the importance of this forum as a space for dialogue, articulation, and the creation of proposals to increase trade and investment in the BRICS countries. Ever since the board was created, the Cebrics board and the Women's Business Alliance were created, CNI has been trying to deepen economic integration and the understanding between private sector and the governments of our countries. We have this collective work, and that's how we will reach our goals. I would like to highlight the importance of having a group to discuss and propose measures to contribute for a less unequal world by strengthening also women. As Executive Secretary of Cebrics, CNI has the goal of deepening economic cooperation, identifying synergies, and promoting sustainable development of all our countries. Relationships between Brazil and other BRICS countries are very much relevant. Just last year, we received 36%, or actually the bloc received 36% of Brazilian exports, $122 billion. The investments of BRICS countries in Brazil has reached $51.5 billion in 2023. This figure shows the relevance of this bloc of countries for the growth of the industry and the national economy. The entry of new members of BRICS that add more economic power and more market, it increases business possibilities, brings new partnerships and investments to Brazil and to other BRICS countries. Currently, trade amongst BRICS countries has been growing considerably. In spite of the individual economic relevance of each country, the volume of trade amongst ourselves is still low when compared to what is traded with the rest of the world. We must move forward. We have the example of what we wish to do with Mercosur, and we want to do the same efforts with BRICS. In 2023, we have data about trade. So the trade within BRICS moved about $1 trillion. That is 20% of the exported value and 30% of imports by the countries from this bloc. Strengthening cooperation is paramount to increase production and to consolidate a set of actions that are aligned to our priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, we live through challenging times with geopolitical conflicts, climate emergency, and technology changing very fast. Brazil occupies a singular position in the economic diplomacy and in global governance. In 2024, we led G20. This year, we are presiding the BRICS, and in November, we will host the 30th Conference of the Parties of the UN. With this singular contribution coming from Brazil to the debates, the Brazilian productive sector proposed a business forum, the creation of a business forum to debate the climate sustainable business as BCOP. This is an initiative inspired in mechanisms such as B20 and the BRICS Business Forum to bring more dialogue with political leaders and to support practical measures so that we move towards a common development. This is very positive, not just for Brazil as a country. It is also beneficial for the productive sector. It highlights our capacity to work together, combining economic development, energy transition, sustainability, and social inclusion. Leadership in relevant global fora allows for the construction of bridges among different blocs and the search for shared solutions for challenges in the contemporary world. CNI has been very active so that these mechanisms are fighting for concrete actions that will strengthen our companies. In B20 and in SBCOP, in Cebrics and in WBA, we are working for coordination and a bold agenda, striving to increase the impact and legitimacy of recommendations from the private initiative in global debates. At the BRICS Business Forum, we were pragmatic as presidents and we prioritized relevant topics that are feasible for our countries. We strived to bring results and to foster cooperation in areas such as trade, innovation, sustainability, funding, and productive inclusion. We firmly believe that collaboration between the public sector and the private sector is paramount to turn ambitions into practical actions and to turn commitments into results. The Brazilian industry can occupy strategic position in the BRICS value chains, most of all in areas such as energy transition, food security, infrastructure, and green technologies. We want to give the world what Brazil has that is at its best: creativity, production, and a commitment to a more sustainable country. I would like to thank the work conducted by the president of the Brazilian section of Cebrics, our dear friend Mr. Francisco Gomes Neto, and the president of WBA, Ms. Monica Monteiro. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the industrial company that is growing in Brazil, Embraer. Let's give them a hand, please. Mr. Francisco, we would like to thank all workers at Embraer for the hard work. This is a major Brazilian company that is internationally acknowledged, so congratulations on the good work. I would like to thank business leaders and the CNI team. They have been very efficient in this work to identify priorities and to elaborate feasible proposals with huge potential impact. The Brazilian private sector will remain committed to BRICS and to promote a more integrated, dynamic, and sustainable business environment. With dialogue, with coordinated action between governments and companies, we can turn challenges into shared solutions. We can cooperate further and build a better future for everyone. I am sure that CNI will be a partner throughout this journey. Do count on us. We hope to contribute to the dialogue, and we wish success to BRICS in India next year. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy this event. Thank you very much. We will now hear from Mr. Vice President and Minister of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin. Mr. President Lula, President of Brazil and President of the BRICS, Mr. Bin Ibrahim, Prime Minister of Malaysia, Mr. Ricardo Alban, President of CNI. I would like to salute all business people from Brazil and from BRICS countries, state ministers, Minister of Trade of UAE, Mr. Ehud, Ms. Monica Monteiro, representing all women present, Mr. Mayor Eduardo Paes from Rio de Janeiro. Dear friends, in a little over a decade, the BRICS have turned into a major protagonist in world geopolitics. I would like to highlight the importance of this encounter, this business forum, bringing together business people, creating opportunities for investments in our countries. This will strengthen foreign trade and it will foster innovation so that we can move forward. So this is a very efficient work. I'm sure it's excellent work. Thank you, Mr. Alban. I would like to salute the business sector from all BRICS countries. President Lula has been fighting for further South-South protagonism. He has been fighting for multilateralism and free trade. It promotes development, of course. In major debates around the world, food security, Brazil is a protagonist in that area. We are the largest food exporter in the world. President Lula has just launched a record plan for this year's harvest. Over 10% increase in this year's agricultural harvest, or production rather. Brazil has just received the title of free from a disease with no vaccination. In energy transition, we have 85% of the electric energy, clean matrix, renewable, and a commitment to clean energies. Mr. President Lula has just signed an increase in ethanol from 27 to 30%, and biodiesel from 14 to 15%. Brazil has what it takes to be a major protagonist in the production of sustainable aviation fuel. This will, of course, help decarbonization. We are also present in fighting climate change. Brazil and President Lula are committed to fight climate change. Brazil has changed the deforestation curve, and our target is zero illegal deforestation. We have resources from the Amazon Fund and the Climate Fund, and we want to recover the largest tropical forest in the world, a forest that will host COP30 this year in November in the city of Belém in the state of Pará in the north of Brazil. I would like to salute all of you this morning and highlight President Lula's commitment to governance. so that we can have more development, more inclusion, and more sustainability. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic, Mr. Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva.
Vocês sabem que that I have to take photographs because we don't know who is going to run for the presidency elections, the presidential election that we'll have in a year from now. So you have to take the right picture with the right person before the election. First of all, I would like to say how happy I am to be participating in this event. Every time that the presidents of the republics of many countries decide to hold an international event, it's very important. Together with the event, the presidents, the heads of state and government should be share these events with segments of the civil society, that as also the business sector should be also represented and shared. Because the bottom line is that we, heads of government or state, we open the door, but those that know how to do business are the businessmen and women. And so that's why I would like to convey a message to all of you that I did accept the invitation by the Prime Minister of Malaysia so that in next October I'll participate in the ASEAN summit meeting in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur. And I'd like to invite the Brazilian businessmen and women to prepare themselves to travel to Malaysia, because those that want to sell will go, those that want to buy will also go attend the meeting. They don't just wait expecting things to happen. So that's why, from the bottom of my heart, to thank the presence of the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Mr. Bahia, and my dear Minister, Vice President of the Republic, Geraldo Alckmin, and my dear brother, Ricardo Alban, who is the President of the National Confederation of Industry. I'd like to greet all the foreign authorities attending this meeting. The Commerce Minister of UAE, and the Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce of South Africa, Mr. Bolink, and also like to thank the presence of the foreign ambassadors here in this meeting. And above all, I would like to thank an extraordinary novelty of the BRICS, which is the participation of women, and above all, the creation of the business women group of the BRICS that is represented by Monica Monteiro from Brazil. So I'd like to greet the women's group from the businesswoman group at BRICS. And our sister Anna Mitsadova, that is the chair of the women chapters of BRICS from Russia, she's here. And our businesswoman, Jiao Haing, that is the president of the chapter for Women's Alliance at BRICS. Mariani Gag, that is the president of the Egyptian chapter of businesswomen at BRICS. Libozan Zulu, that is the president of the chapter of the African Women's BRIC Group. Iravachi Hemavan, that is president of the Indonesian chapter of businesswomen from BRICS, and Firiwara Marchi, that is the president of the chapter of the UAE for Women's BRICS Group, and Constanta Legri, that is the head of this group. I would like to receive the women that the place that you wish to reach, political participation, business participation, and in participating in anything that you wish to do in life depends only and solely of you being bold and dare. Do not expect that we men will be the ones, the authors of your achievements. It has to be the women themselves. You're the ones that will achieve your own space doing what you're doing now. And so I just see that only 16% in the world of women in the business world is not much. It's not much. It seems that macho tendency is still running the business sector, and so it will change when women will take over. So men, prepare yourselves, because women will take over and increase the 16% of their share in the business world. Very well. I will also like to greet the Brazilian ministers of my delegation that are here, my brother Mauro Vieira, Foreign Affairs Minister of Brazil, and my dear brother Alexandre Silveira, Minister of Mines and Energy, and my dear Luciana Santos for Innovation, Marina Silva, the Environmental Minister of Brazil and Climate Change, and Marco Antônio Marco, that is the head of the Institutional Security Cabinet, and also it's also present here amongst us the Ambassador André Correia do Lago, who is the chairman of COP30 in the city that will be held in Belém in November of this year. I also would like to greet our dear Mayor Eduardo Paes, the mayor of the city of Rio de Janeiro, this wonderful city, marvelous city that is becoming the capital of world events that Brazil represents and organizes. I also would like to the leaders, and I also would have to thank here the president of our Bank of Brazil, Tarciana, that is showing here that the women are opening more space for themselves. My dear friends, first of all, I would like to thank the Business Council and the Business Alliance of Women for organizing this forum. And to make it closer, our productive sectors is a fundamental pillar of the BRICS. The entrepreneurs that are gathered here are the dynamic axis of international economy. The 11 full members of the BRICS already overcoming 40% of the global GDP in terms of purchasing power parity. In 2024, while the world has grown 3.3%, we can see that we had an average expansion of 4% of the BRICS countries. This year, we will continue to grow at a higher pace. Adding new countries that are our partners and guests, we consolidated the group as a hub that will gather prosperous and dynamic economies. The presence of this forum, of the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Anwar bin Ibrahim, is a reflection of this. And he's also the acting president of ASEAN. We have a lot to learn with the developing countries in terms of synergy. This allowed us to confront the global financial crisis of 2008 and the COVID-19 pandemics. With the reemergence of protectionism, now the emerging nations have to defend the multilateral regime of trade and reform the international financial architecture. The BRICS continue to be the ones that will show us a promising future. During the Brazilian presidency or chairmanship, we gave an important step forward, supporting collectively the UN Convention for Tax Cooperation and a vision to reform the IMF, to fight inequalities, strengthen consumer markets, triggers trade, and leverages investments. We have many different economic complementarities. The trade exchange with the BRICS countries went to $210 billion last year, more than the double of trade flow with the European Union. Just in terms of agribusiness, Brazilian agribusiness, we exported $71 billion just from the agribusiness, Brazilian agribusiness. Our countries can lead a new development model based in sustainable agriculture, green industry, resilient infrastructure, and bioeconomics. We gather 33% of arable land in the world, and that is responsible for 42% of the global agriculture and livestock production. Rural credit, fostering low-carbon agriculture and restoring degraded land potentialize our capacity to produce food for the world. The BRICS were essential for the creation of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, to strengthen the industrial complex of health, the health in the industrial complex, to enhance access to medication is fundamental to overcome diseases that are socially determined that affect the most vulnerable countries. The technological revolution that pervades all sectors of our economies. Public digital infrastructures make it feasible innovations and create opportunities for startups, for SMS, small and medium-sized companies. Artificial intelligence brings possibilities that a few years ago we could never imagine that it could happen. In the absence of clear-cut guidelines that were agreed collectively and models based only in the experience of great big techs will impose themselves. The risks and the collateral effects of artificial intelligence demand a multilateral governance. The decarbonization of our economies is an irreversible process. Just shortly before the COP30, we reinforced our responsibility with promoting a just, inclusive ecological transition. Brazil presented its NDCs that foresees a reduction from 59 to 67% of greenhouse gas emissions. Our countries are already amongst the largest investors in renewable sources of energy in the planet. There's an immense potential to enhance the production of biofuels, batteries, solar panels, and wind power turbines. We have strategic essential minerals for the energy transition. The BRICS concentrate 84% of the reserves of rare earth, 66% of the manganese, and 63% of the graphite of the world. According to the Energy International Agency, the demand for critical minerals should triple until 2040. We want to go beyond the extraction of these wealth. In the partnership with the private sector, we can qualify our participation in all the stages of the supply chain. Brazil is very well positioned for this leap forward. We have regulatory stable frameworks, qualified, skilled manpower, and clean energy for processing in an efficient manner the minerals and in a sustainable way. To consolidate so many fronts demands mobilizing resources. Yesterday, I participated in the 10th annual meeting of the governors of the New Development Bank. From the creation of the NDB, $40 billion were passed in 120 projects in the field of transportation, basic sanitation, and clean energy. When we trigger or leverage the use of local currencies, the NDB has also contributed to reduce transaction costs and to facilitate financial operations. With the objective to simplify trade and investments, the central banks of the BRICS are working to develop payment means that are trans-border, instant, and safe. The national development banks are also important allies. In Brazil, the National Development Bank, the BNDES, is reaching records. From 2023, we tapped more than $50 billion for projects for sustainable production transformation. Dear friends, I'd like to thank you once again for the Business Council of the BRICS has played a central role that it has been exercised in promoting trade and in the improvement of the business environment of the BRICS. I congratulate the Business Women's Alliance for their fundamental action in favor of women entrepreneurship and gender equality to enhance and qualify the women participation in the labor markets, brings productivity gains and accelerates economic growth. I have the true conviction that it is the governments that have to open doors, and the business men should the one and women should the one that do business. The tie between peace and development is evident. There will be no prosperity in a world that is full of conflict. The end of wars and of the conflicts that are accruing is one of the responsibilities of the heads of state and government. It is quite clear that a vacuum of leadership aggravates the multiple crises that we've been facing in our societies. I am certain that this forum and the BRICS summit meeting that will start tomorrow will show us solutions for these problems. Instead of barriers, let's promote integration. Against indifference, let's build solidarity. So that's why, my dear friends, good luck to all of you in this important event. Thank you very much.
We will now hear from Mr. Prime Minister of Malaysia, Mr. Ibrahim, Anwar bin Ibrahim.
Appreciation to President Lula da Silva, the government of Brazil, and the National Confederation of Industry for your gracious hospitality. Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a historic moment. For those of you who have been following the antecedents of history, will realize the attempt to save the voice of newly emerging economies and countries post-colonialism was by Sukarno of Indonesia, Chow En-lai of China, Jawaharlal Nehru of India, Nkrumah of Africa. It was a bold attempt to ensure that the voice of conscience, those struggling for freedom and justice, is heard. Not much success. It was a bold attempt. Then we have a non-aligned movement proceeding that. We have G77 still not achieving the desired results. Now, I salute you, President Lula, for having the courage to proceed with a clear vision, a clear commitment to voice the concerns, aspirations of the people, particularly of the Global South. But why are we particularly encouraged? Because it is no longer an effort purely of political leadership. Political leaders have a role to initiate this reform. But what is spectacular in BRICS is because of the participation of the business community, the private sector, that would complement this effort and make sure that the voice of reason, the voice for justice, is heard and implemented together with the political leadership and the business community that we see today, women, youth, and the private sector. I salute you all for this attempt. I see this conference more positive. We're not talking about complaining and lamenting those who believe in unilateral actions of tariffs, of protectionism. Here, we have a voice for multilateralism, for collaboration, working with countries of the South, but still engaging with the countries in the North as friends in this new alliance. But we want to make sure that we speak from the position of strength, not weak ex-colonial countries, but as independent countries with certain position. And now you see, from aeroplane to technology to AI to food technology, you have this new strength emerging from emerging economies, and I think you can make a difference. And I believe that this BRICS attempt, it will be of some significant success that would alter and cause a change in the course of history of mankind. Thank you very much for this attempt. I come from Malaysia, and in ASEAN, we deliberate these issues. One, we must be cohesive. We must speak as one, based on multilateral arrangements. We must try and promote the principle of centrality, befriending everyone, supporting a just cause. But it's no longer plain rhetoric and political platitudes and statements. It's through concrete action. That is why one of the pillars in ASEAN is the business community. We must increase intra-ASEAN trade. Now, we must increase intra-BRICS trade. We have enormous potential to increase, because only with that strength can we safely, fairly, justly negotiate with all other partners multilaterally. We must demand a change, democratic, just, international and multilateral organization, from the United Nations to WTO to IMF and the World Bank. I again support the position taken by President Lula, one of the courageous leaders that we find today, to voice on behalf of those who have been left unheard. So thank you, my friend. We have attempted in ASEAN, other than enhancing inter-ASEAN trade, is even using financial settlement systems. We use our local currency. Of course, we're not talking about de-dollarization, because there's a long way to go. But at least we try, Malaysia with Indonesia, Malaysia with Thailand, and together with China, trying to use our own local currency, even beginning with 10 or 20%. It makes a difference, because we cannot continue complaining but not executing our own plan in our countries and our friendly neighbors. And I believe, therefore, that what the President said and what the Chairman of the Confederation said about making sure that these items are being considered seriously by the private sector will make a difference. But I come back to the major and central issue. BRICS today of 2025 is not the first attempt, the Bandung Conference of 1955. At that time, we were struggling. No industry, no new technology, no competence, except for a united nation, a country, and political leadership. Now we have political leadership with that vision, and we have strong business community. I believe this collaboration with women and the young, government and the private sector, and civil society, we will make a difference. I thank you again, Mr. President. See you in Kuala Lumpur in October. Thank you.
Senhoras e senhores, está
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how we finalize this panel. I kindly ask Mr. Vice President and Minister of Industry, Trade and Services, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, to remain on stage, as well as the President of CNI, Mr. Ricardo Alban. I kindly ask all of you to wait for President Lula to leave the room, and then we will begin the next session.
Indústria, Comércio.
We have the Minister of Industry and Trade, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin. And we're going to continue with our event.
Retomem seus lugares, por favor, para que nós...
Please take your seats so that we can continue.
And we are going to begin our next panel shortly. Please take your seats, por favor, retomem seus assentos.
Please take your seats. We're going to start shortly.
E convido para que
I would like to invite the President of the Federation of Industries, Luiz Césio Caetano, President Director of the Brazilian Micro and Small Business Support Service, Cebrics, Mr. Décio Lima, the BBC Chair and CEO of Embraer, Mr. Francisco Gomes Neto, the Chair of WBA, Vice President of New Businesses at Times Brazil, Mônica Monteiro, and the Director of Productive Development, Innovation and Foreign Trade at the Brazilian Development Bank, BNDES, Mr. José Luiz Gordon.
Por favor, mais uma vez, retomem.
Once again, I'd like to ask you to take your seats so that we can proceed with our BRICS Business Forum.
We're going to resume our ceremony, our BRICS Business Forum. Por favor, retomem seus lugares. Please take your seats. Peço a todos que façam silêncio, que se acomodem.
Could you please be quiet, take your seats, so that we can start our BRICS Business Forum. Please take your seats so that we can start.
Estamos aqui reunidos
We gathered here today in this historical moment with the presidency of Brazil strengthening the South of Globe for a more inclusive and sustainable place. Let's watch the video of the opening of this forum.
For the third time in the BRICS presidency, Brazil opens its doors to the world, gathering nations and future projects right from the heart of Rio de Janeiro in the land of biodiversity. BRICS is a platform for economic and trade cooperation that reaffirms the commitment to a fairer, inclusive, and multipolar global order. Together, BRICS countries represent nearly half of the world's population, account for 39% of global GDP, and 21% of international trade. This global relevance is also reflected in Brazil's important trade and investment ties with the group. With the entry of new members, BRICS expands its representativeness and strengthens its ability to act on global challenges. Within this dynamic landscape, public and private interests align to promote sustainable growth. In this scenario of opportunities, the private sector of the BRICS countries unites through the action of the Business Council and the Women Business Alliance, coordinated in Brazil by the National Confederation of Industry. These mechanisms create a direct channel with the BRICS governments to expand value chains, drive innovation and inclusion, bringing our economies closer together. BRICS private sector work is structured around pillars like energy transition and sustainable development, inter-BRICS trade and inclusive integration of production chains, innovation and digital transformation, support and promotion of women-led businesses, integration of new members into the BRICS ecosystem. More than 1,000 representatives from the private sector across BRICS countries have collaborated to develop recommendations and initiatives related to those pillars. These efforts culminate in the BRICS Business Forum, a space for dialogue between governments and businesses that shapes public policies, drives economic growth, and promotes sustainable investments that create real impact. BRICS Business Council, business cooperation for an inclusive and sustainable future. Women Business Alliance, connecting markets and creating opportunities among women-led businesses.
Esse encontro reforça.
This meeting reinforces the multilateralism and dialogue, the search for shared solutions for the global challenges. BRICS is a grouping formed by 11 countries of the global south: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, United Arab Emirates, Ethiopia, Indonesia, and Iran. A diverse group that is politically articulated to promote socio-economic development, to expand the voice of the countries in the development of international institutions, reinforce global governance that is more just, representative, and effective. Among the concrete results of this cooperation, we have the creation of the new Bank of Development, symbol of the ability of the team to create its own mechanisms to fund sustainable projects, foster innovation, and drive inclusion. This summit reinstates the role of BRICS in building bridges, valuing diversities, defending equity amongst nations. We thank all the organizers and sponsors of this event: Diamond, DB Road, SESI, Serviço Social Service of Industry, XTMG, Gold sponsor Kita, Silver sponsors IEL, Evaldo Lodi Institute, institutional support Apex Brazil, Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Trade and Services, FIJA, Cebrics, Brazilian Micro and Small Business Support Service, SESI, National Council. Well, the organization BRICS Business Council, BRICS Women's Business Alliance, National Confederation of Industry, the federal government of Brazil. I would like to invite at the moment the Director of Foreign Trade of the National Bank of Social Development, Mr. José Luiz Gordon, please. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start by greeting the Vice President, Minister of Industry, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, leading the agenda of putting industry, the business sector, in the core of the development of Brazil. I'd like to greet Mr. Ricardo Bran, President of CNI, great partner that has been helping us build the industrial policy of the government, Mr. Décio Lima, President of Cebrics, Caetano, President of FEJAN, Francisco Gomes, President of Embraer. I greet everyone, all the business people from the BRICS present here, Monica Monteiro, who's been playing a strategic role as the WBA chair. What we have been living in Brazil is a differentiated moment, a moment in which agenda discussing business in sector gains revels. President Lula has put the industrial sector in the core of the development agenda in the country, as core to drive business and employment, the green agenda. Under the leadership of Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, we have the new industrial policy of Brazil, the new industry Brazil that has driven an increasingly competitive industry. Within Industria Brazil, BNDES is back. Bank of Development, National Social Development Bank, has a key role again, which is boosting the industrial sector and the necessary activities. I'm going to give you some examples that are very important. The innovation, technology, development agenda to Brazil is a technology development hub using AI, new materials, new engines of hybrid propulsion. Brazil is a great attractive hub for investments. BNDES, in the first years of Lula administration, supported with over 20 billion reais innovation in Brazilian companies. This means 3 times more than the previous administration, because we have a priority of support to the business sector in the government. And shortly, a result of a tender that will show the power of Brazil to the research and development center that will be record, putting Brazil in the core of the technological development agenda. Second point I'd like to draw your attention to is the green agenda. Brazil today has everything to lead and become the main green industry reference with all the BRICS countries. Today, Brazil has several technologies and capabilities of producing, for example, SAF, Navy, fuel, and in Brazil we have a pipeline of over 100 billion reais in projects in this agenda. For this, we need critical minerals, lithium, niobium, and all the others. BNDES is leading an agenda so that Brazil can explore and add value in the mineral transformation in Brazil, so that Brazil can become a rest. And in BNDES, in this agenda, we have 40 billion reais in projects from all over the world coming here. This is the difference of a country that has a policy that is concerned, the business sector concerned with innovation and future of Brazil. The government of President Lula created a new climate fund of 500 million reais. Last year was 10 billion reais. This year will be a fund of over 14 billion reais to support an industry that is more green, more competitive. To wrap up, I'd like to highlight a strategic agenda for all the BRICS countries' healthcare. There's great cooperation potential, and Brazil today has an industry with great technology development capability of having partnerships and strengthening the production capacity of pharmaceutical inputs or feedstocks, and we want to work with the rest of the world. And the industry has had a record in health and investments and technology development. I close by saying that BNDES is back. We have all partnerships to set up with the multilateral banks. Our director, Nelson Barbosa, has led this agenda of creating several funds and partnerships with all the BRICS countries and multilateral banks. In other words, BNDES is stronger, supporting more the business sector, and within the new industry Brazil, we're going to have a stronger industry of all the BRICS countries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director. We're going to listen to the WBA Chair of BRICS and Vice President of New Business at Times Brazil, Mônica Monteiro.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, business people present here, I'd like to start with a special greeting and very respectful one to all that share this panel. His Excellency, Mr. Ricardo Ban, President of the National Confederation of Industry, I thank for your endeavor to build a more inclusive agenda. I'd like to greet Ms. Denise Lima, Head Chief of Staff. On her behalf, I'd like to thank all the team that has worked intensely to make WBA to have voice in Brazil and in the world. To Mr. Francisco Nader, President of the BRICS and also President of Embraer. On his behalf, the CEO of Embraer, I'd like to greet everyone, the businesswoman. She's the third greatest greenery exporter, Zemeli, and iFood. And I'd like to greet Mr. Luis José Gordon, President of BNDES, and our board member of Febrabon, listening to us, Teresa Vendramini. Mr. Décio Lima, President of Cebrics, and also I'd like to greet our President of Cebrics and founder of the largest laboratory of Brazil. Mr. Luiz Cláudio Caetano, President of Firjan, our constant supporter. I'd like to greet our Tânia Reis, a businesswoman who's listening to us. She's a great exporter of logistics to China. She's going to China today. I'd like to greet His Excellency and dear friend, Vice President of the Republic and Minister Geraldo Alckmin. His presence in this meeting shows the partnership of public and private, and with him I'd like to greet all the business women present here. We're doing a great job, ready to tackle infrastructure, energy projects. We're ready for this. I think it would be appropriate for us to talk to you in private about all these projects. It is a great honor to be able to share the stage with leaders that move the economy and drive Brazil. Our forum has reinforced the message. We're going through a silent transformation. It's irreversible. Women are in the core of the economy. According to McKinsey report, a comparison between men and women in the labor market, we could add over $28 trillion in the global GDP of 2025. In Brazil, women are responsible for 48% of small businesses active, transacting millions of reais annually. Income has arrived, consumption has changed, products and services must be thought from a new consumer, female consumer point of view, more connected, more intelligent, more conscious. A female view is forging decisions from the shop floor to the point of sales, from the field to exports. More numbers must be telling other stories. The countries of BRICS, less than 15% of exporting companies, 15% of exporting companies are led by women. In Brazil, we have 14, very little. And we women still face barriers, lack of credit, lack of network, lack of access to large global chains. We are ready. As I said, I want to reinstate that Brazil is a country of opportunities in the area of health, creativity, infrastructure, technology, and food. Therefore, all businesswomen, businessmen, welcome to my country. Our leaders, business people are here to support and transform contact into contract. All of you that are talking to me, we have all the leaders here, all the chairs are here to talk to you. I'd like to thank Cebrics, represented by Ms. Margarete Coelho, who works unrelentlessly to make things come true. And Tatiana Prazeres, also Vice President, she has been done unrelentless work with us with the private initiative and actually paving the way. Paula Alves de Silva, she is representative of the chapters of BRICS. I'd like to greet Ambassador Laudemar Chiar, who's always willing to help us in absolutely everything. We cannot think more about trade, industry, and agro without this view. Companies that want to compete sustainably have to understand the female universe, their choices, rationale, and the way they consume and decide. We have a real economic opportunity. From small becomes medium, from medium becomes large, only with access, inclusion, and policies that see the productive potential of women. The purpose has to be real. We must have a purpose. It has to be turned into action, and women are ready to lead this movement. We count on your commitment of leaderships here on the stage that are listening to us so that they can be protagonists of this productive inclusion of women, not as a niche, as core strategy of development of your companies. Thank you very much.
Obrigada.
Thank you very much, Monica Monteiro. Now I'd like to call the President of the Business Council of the BRICS and CEO of Embraer, Mr. Francisco Gomes Neto.
Muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be part of this forum as president of the business board of BRICS under the presidency of Brazil. I am here representing the business community and its commitment to strengthening the economies of BRICS countries. I would like to salute my dear colleagues, President of National Chapters of the BRICS Business Board. Your commitment and partnership throughout this year has been essential for our joint work. Yesterday, we signed our recommendations that will be delivered to heads of state tomorrow. I would also like to thank Mr. Ricardo Alban, President of CNI, for granting me and Embraer the responsibility and privilege of leading this work. Thank you very much for your words in the previous panel, which really moved me. I would like to salute Monica Monteiro and the WBA, the Women's Business Alliance, providing more collective impact for societies from our region. I also salute Mr. José Gordon. Thank you, Mr. Gordon, for your ongoing support for economic development through strategic development or investment coming from BNDES, and also, to take the aircrafts we produce to our clients. And I would like to salute Mr. Décio Lima, President of Cebrics, Luis Sergio Caetano from Firjan. Last but not least, I would like to thank Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President and Minister of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, for your relentless support to the Brazilian industry. Your participation, Mr. Vice President, in this forum highlights the importance the industry plays in the Brazilian economy. It shows the relevance of public policies that are led by your ministry for the new Brazilian industry. This forum is a landmark for the BRICS. Throughout today, we will debate the unique role played by BRICS countries in the global economy. Collectively, as it was said in the previous panel, we represent over 40% of the world's population, almost a fourth of the global GDP, and some of the markets that grow faster in the planet. In 2025, the Brazilian presidency of the BRICS Business Board, we adopted the topic Business Cooperation for an Inclusive and Sustainable Future. That's how we worked throughout the semester to present a yearly report with very objective recommendations. They reflect the real priorities of the private sector, and they contribute for debates on public policies. The work of the BRICS Business Council was structured in 2025 in 3 strategic pillars. A first pillar, intra-BRICS trade, promoting intra-BRICS trade and integrating supply chains. Under this pillar, our recommendations include topics such as the expansion of airway routes, connecting mid-size and small-sized cities, improved access to capital and funding, sustainable finance, and easier financial flows internationally, modernizing commercial logistics and the digital trade, and strengthening cooperation with the new development bank that will fund infrastructure projects. Second pillar, promoting innovation and digital transformation. Our main recommendations include the expansion of access to technical education and training in emerging sectors, investment in reskilling programs for the green and digital transitions, incentivizing public-private partnerships for digitization and the governance of AI, and the promotion of inclusive education and access to technologies. Third pillar, energy transition and sustainable development. Finally, under this pillar, our recommendations are about topics such as food security and sustainable agriculture, regenerative agriculture and reforestation of lands, restoration of lands, sustainable aviation fuel, renewable energies, and circular economy, and the decarbonization of supply chain through green technologies. In conclusion, I highlight that the BRICS Business Council, together with the Brazilian private sector, remain committed to working side by side with our governments. We want to reach the motto that we've adopted this year for this council: business cooperation for a inclusive and sustainable future. Thank you very much. I hope this is a productive and inspiring day for all of you. Thank you very much, Francisco. Now let's hear the Chief Executive Officer of the Brazilian Micro and Small Business Support Service, or Cebri in the Brazilian acronym, Mr. Décio Lima. Mr. Vice President and Minister, what an amazing Brazilian citizen, fostering public policies, doing an extraordinary work to boost the Brazilian economy, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, Mr. Ricardo Alban. I congratulate you on the relentless work dedicated to the National Confederation of the Industry. This is such an important moment for Brazil and for the countries here gathered in this forum representing BRICS countries. I also salute Mr. Luis Caetano, the President of the Federation of Industries of the state of Rio de Janeiro, for welcoming and hosting us in such a beautiful city like Rio de Janeiro. I would like also to salute Mr. Francisco Neto, who's the President of the BRICS Business Council and CEO of Embraer. Embraer is a reason for pride for all of us Brazilians. You represent so much. Dear José Luis Gordon, and I would like to highlight what you represent here, which is BNDES, the National Development Bank, that is fostering at large scale the economic and business development of our country. Last, but certainly not least, Monica Monteiro. And Monica, I would like to mention also Margarete Coelho, the National Director of Cebrics. I would also like to mention Ms. Janete Weiss. She is an example of Brazilian entrepreneurship. I'd like to thank Rio de Janeiro and Rio de Janeiro's Cebrics, Mr. Sergio Malta. He's also here with us this morning. Mr. Vice President, I would like to say that today, right here, Cebrics is initiating its participation in the BRICS Forum. I am very thankful for the women and what they represent in our lives. Thank you so much, Monica, for bringing what we represent, the entrepreneurship of small business owners. This is revealing of something that should be obvious. Women are better than we men because they give life, and by giving life, they have a more sensitive approach to everything. Mr. Vice President, Brazil has entered a process that maybe not even you and President Lula had imagined. The reach and the speed that you gave to the Brazilian economy. Just last year, 1,700,000 new jobs. 1.3 million belong to this portrait of small and micro entrepreneurs. All BRICS countries have the same situation when it comes to the economy and to a model that Brazil has been following historically. By providing the visibility to small businesses, we want to be in synergy with everything you and Mr. President Lula represent. It's also about building this period of 10 years of the BRICS, promoting inclusion. Mr. Vice President, besides formal job positions created last year, in Brazil, we formalized 4.1 million new small businesses. This is more than formal jobs. And just in the first 5 months of this year, we have 2.2 million new companies and new jobs in small businesses. This is a portrait of what BRICS countries and Brazil need, giving visibility to this economic powerhouse. In the case of Brazil, this is represented by 95% of the companies. In the case of Brazil, these 95 companies and the jobs that generated just in this small time window, thanks to the governance of President Lula, this has allowed us to remove 98.8% of the Brazilians who were here. This is the process of inclusion and wealth distribution for this industry that has to be organized. And there's no turning back. Now we have an innovative economy, and you have included us with neo-industrialization, with an economy that is inserted in AI. And this is a revolution, and there's no going back. We have to move towards a sustainable economy and towards a globalized economy. Small businesses have to interact with international markets. Small businesses have to build this important synergy with BRICS countries. There is something that you mentioned, and I would like to highlight it. The more bees we have, the more honey we have, so that we can build a fair society, a healthy society, and an inclusive world that is not living with the problems of hunger and poverty. That's why Cebrics is very hopeful. We are thankful. We want to bring or to mention this in a very heartfelt way. And I see this in the gaze of businesswomen when they welcomed here at BRICS. We are here to add, to build, and to interact. We know that here in Rio de Janeiro, someone from the Rocinha community or from Barra da Tijuca is buying something from the other side of the world. The globalized economy is a joint effort that will help our peoples. However, we need to include small businesses, and that's why Cebrics is here. Long live the BRICS. Let's have a fair, healthy, and inclusive economy. Thank you very much, Mr. Decio.
Let us hear the President of the Federation of Industries of the State of Rio de Janeiro, Mr. Luiz Césio Caetano. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to greet Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President of the Republic and Minister of Industry and Trade, my colleague Ricardo Albin, President of CNI, leader of the industry movement in Brazil. Greet my colleague Decio Lima, Vice President of Cebrics, Mr. José Luis Gordon, Director of BNDES, Monica Monteiro, WBA Chair, and our colleague of Industry, Francisco Gomes Nando, CEO of Embraer and BBC Chair. I'd like to greet all the diplomats present here, the business people, business representatives, organizations, institutions of all member states and partners of BRICS, and also our colleagues from the industry system. And I highlight and greet Isabel, President of the Roraima Federation of Industries, and I also would like to greet particularly all the women here with us, and our colleague Carlos Passos, President of the Federation of Industries in Bahia, who's here with us today. Thank you very much. It is a great honor for FIJA to be an institutional supporter of the BRICS Business Forum representing the Rio de Janeiro state industry. Under the leadership of CNI, today we gather to validate and expand the results of an intense work of the members of all the states within the work groups in its 4 strategic fronts, aligned with the goals of the Brazilian presidency of the group. FIRJA and the Brazilian industry hope that the recommendations and proposals are heard by the decision makers on a government level in each country. I have no doubt that the group set up here is decisive so that BRICS can attain greater economic relevance, more integration of its productive chains, and deepen scientific cooperation for innovation. The topics that you have discussed in the past few months that go from trade, food security, and the strategy of funding for development agencies are key for us to attain those goals. I'm totally certain that from the panel today, we're going to have incredible contributions in line with the two priorities defined by the Brazilian presidency: cooperation of the Global South and the BRICS partnerships for the social development and also economic and environmental contributions that are trusted through the business leaders in our countries and through dialogues, through engagement groups in the civil society, permanent dialogue at the BRICS Business Council, and action of the Women's Business Alliance of BRICS. They are great encouragement to seek new commercial partnerships amongst countries part of this forum. This strengthening of our dialogue will result in greater commercial partnership and will promote economic and social development. We're talking about 11 countries that represent almost 80% of the population of the planet and 39% of the world GDP. In 2024, 36% of exports in Brazil were destined or going to BRICS countries, $121 billion. The imports we made from the countries of the bloc correspond to 34% of what Brazil has acquired on the international market last year, totally $88 billion. In the case of the state of Rio de Janeiro, our trade route with the BRICS countries added up $23 billion in 2024. I'd like to highlight that in 2015, the trade chain with other BRICS countries was $9 billion. In other words, we had a growth of almost 50% in 10 years. As Firja, I should not close without saying the happiness, the joy to have our town and city to be a stage of economic, political articulations of the Global South and cooperation in the area of business and several other areas, as we had November last year when we were the capital for the G20. On behalf of Firja, welcome to Rio de Janeiro. We have our doors open to increase our routes of investment and trade and this viewpoint of win-win. And I wish you all a wonderful BRICS Business Forum. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President Caetano, for your participation. Now we're going to listen to the Vice President of the Republic, Minister of the Trade, Industry in Brazil, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, please.
Thank you. I would like to welcome President Ricardo Alban, President of CNI. I would like to welcome Décio Lima, Director, President of Cebrics, Luiz Césio Caetano, President of FERJAN, Industry Federation of the Industries of Rio de Janeiro State, also the Federation President of the Industries of Bahia and Roraima as well. Francisco Gomes Neto, President of the Business Council of the BRICS and CEO of Embraer, Mônica Monteiro, Chairwoman of the Women's Business Alliance and Vice President of Times Brazil, Joel Luiz Gordon, Director of the BNDES. Also, let me welcome the foreign delegations that honor us with their presence and make us very happy here in Rio de Janeiro. Let me bring a word by President Lula. He launched the new industry, Brazil, NIB. It is a more innovative industry with a stimulus to research, development, and innovation. In 3 years' time, as Gordon said, we grew 262% with the supply of resources towards innovation in Brazil through BNDES, NBRAP, and FINEP. And even as a physician myself, Dr. Janet, let me mention about the importance of research and innovation. We are faced with a demographic change, which is never seen, spectacular. People are living longer, but better. The average lifespan in Brazil is 76.7 years at birth. But those who are 70 years old, their life expectation in average in Brazil is 85 years old. Those who complete 80 years of age, their average life expectancy in Brazil is 90. Those of you who reach 90 will be 94.5%. And our goal is that we, males, can live over 100 years. And Monica, let me tell you that women never die again. With the advancements of science, and I want to call your attention that the healthcare industrial complex is going to grow exponentially in the whole world. And we may have lots of complementarity in this integration with the industrial supply chain. Let me mention a greener, sustainable industry. And Brazil has approved carbon-regulated market. We were one of the first countries to have an actual legislation for regulating carbon markets, as well as the fuel of the future. And it's an innovative law because it would go from the engine to the wheel. Now we went from the well to the wheel. And the next step in the law will go from the cradle to the tomb, meaning how vehicles and cars are produced and their level of recyclability. So, Brazil has all the commitment with a greener and more sustainable industry, and we will have the opportunity during the COP30 in November in Belém to have more important steps in the sense of sustainability. And then after a more competitive industry, and our President Décio Lima Alban, he mentioned the advancement of the small companies. Brazil has launched a program called Brazil More Productive through Cebrics and Senai to give more competitiveness, to improve processes, reduce costs, improve efficiencies towards manufacturing. Several programs, green mobility for the automotive industry. The auto and auto parts industry in the world grew, in average, 2%. In Brazil, last year, we grew 9.3%, 5 times that of the world's average. And the sales of cars has grown 14.1% because we still import over 4%. It's an industry with more insertion in foreign trade. And I would like to highlight the flex fuel license done at the Ministry of Development. Before, one import or export needed to have one license. Now, it is one only license, valid for 3-4 years, cutting down red tape and reducing costs. And a single portal for imports and exports. It's a single portal. Until December, fully finished, it shall reduce in 40 billion the cost of Brazil. So reducing costs, cutting down costs for imports and exports. A manufactured good one day at a port costs 0.8% of its value. So it is essential that we reduce costs, and the single portal will be a great foster of foreign trade, which is a win-win situation. You're more competitive in one area, then I can buy from you. I'm more competitive in another area, I sell to you, and we will complement each other economically speaking. And also a more inclusive industry. The Ministry of Industry, Monica, let me tell you, they got an award last month in a program called They Export, to bring more presence of women in foreign trade, which is a promoter of development, job creation, income generation. That is very important, socially and economically. And finally, I would like to highlight the work that President Lula has been making in the defense of multilateralism, thus avoiding protectionisms and promoting multilateralism. Mercosur, by the way, in our region, Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Bolivia. Last year, we celebrated the agreement Mercosur-EU, and this week, Mercosur-AFTA, meaning that the multilateralism, the fight for free trade and economic complementarity with investment and promotion of development. The BRICS are the engine, the driving force of world's economy. They represent over 40% of the world's GDP, and they grow much above the world's average. Therefore, BRICS countries promote world's development. And I learned that development is the new name of peace. This is why I wanted to welcome all of you, greeting all of you, business people, promoters of development and peace. Have all a good work.
Muito obrigada, vice-presidente.
Thank you very much, Vice President and Minister, for such auspicious words. Thank you all authorities on the stage for their participation. After the photo, I'd like to invite you all to return to your seats in this plenary, please.
So from now on, we will begin our program in the official language of this event, which is English. I once again remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation equipment at the door of the auditorium. If you need, from now on, we will continue in English, which is the official language of this event.
It is a great honor to invite to the stage His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade of the United Arab Emirates. The minister brings a strategic vision on the opportunities for economic integration and the strengthening of trade partnerships between the BRICS countries and the United Arab Emirates. His remarks will address the role of international trade as a driver of innovation, sustainable development, and shared prosperity. Please welcome with a warm round of applause His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi.
Thank you. Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. It's always a pleasure to visit Rio de Janeiro and to see the remarkable progress in this city and the country as the whole continues to make. Today's Business Forum provides an important opportunity to engage with an entire community of nations undergoing similar economic transformations. Markets that are opening up to the world, investing in innovation, embracing entrepreneurships, and pursuing stronger trade relationships. The UAE is taking the same journey, and our memberships in BRICS underlines our belief in a new economic landscape, one that pursues new models of growth and new means of collaboration. We're eager to explore this potential and to build the strong foundation we have built with each nation in the BRICS network. Last year, in 2024, non-oil trade between the UAE and BRICS countries reached $243 billion, representing an increase of 10.5% on 2023. The trend continues in 2025. In the first quarter of this year, non-oil trade between us has reached $68.3 billion, a growth rate of 18.2%. We can expect this to keep climbing. We have now secured free trade deals with India, Indonesia, and via Eurasian Economic Union with Russian Federation, which is opening up market access for our exporters and driving investments into key sectors. This demonstrates not only how intertwined our economies have become, but the long-term benefits of a closer trade and investment ties. I see 5 main areas that will deliver the most immediate results for us all. The first is energy. The emergence of viable, cost-effective, renewable energy is both a huge driver of economic development and an important growth sector in its own right. The UAE is already a partner in wind and solar, as well as green hydrogen projects with India, Brazil, and South Africa. And we have recently begun a work on 5 gigawatt floating solar power plants on Egypt's Lake Nasser. The second is advanced technology. Knowledge transfer, digital infrastructure, and innovation are already key to our relationships with many of the BRICS members, while our CEPA with India is supporting the developments of digital infrastructure, fintech, and cross-border payments projects. Thirdly, there is healthcare and biotechnology, another vital area. From pharmaceutical manufacturing to medtech research, this is an area that will drive economic expansion alongside long-term social impact. Fourth, the ongoing demand for food security. Across our memberships, we can connect the growing ambitions of producers to the growing demands of consumers. The UAE is investing in agriculture projects and food processing across BRICS countries from Brazil to India. Finally, we have logistics and transport infrastructure, the key to realizing the benefits of each. The UAE is working alongside transport authorities in Egypt, Ethiopia, and South Africa to enhance vital infrastructure and smooth supply chains, while the UAE is now home to Chinese and Indian trading hubs that connect their products to consumers across the world. Right here in Brazil, our logistics pioneer DB World is supporting for the expansion of ports of Santos. They have reflected our belief that connectivity is the essential ingredient in economic growth and developments, and why it will be central success of the BRICS. Indeed, the UAE is embodiments of the possibilities of international collaboration, and we're ready to work alongside each and every member to unlock the promising of this powerful community. Looking forward for the outcomes from today's forum, and looking forward to continue a dialogue and discussion with the member states. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayudi, for your valuable contribution. We now present a global logistics platform. This initiative is designed to boost logistics integration and expand global trade connections, fostering greater efficiency, competitiveness, and sustainability among BRICS countries and their strategic partners. The global logistics platform responds to infrastructure, connectivity, and supply chain challenges, strengthening economic development and creating opportunities on a global scale. To share this vision and its future perspectives, we invite to the stage the Group Chairman and CEO of DP World, His Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the UAE chapter of the BRICS Business Council, it's a privilege to speak to you today. I extend sincere thanks to the Brazilian presidency and the National Confederation of Industries for hosting us here and organizing this for us. Brazil's successful presidency builds on a strong foundation set up by Russia, and we are confident that India will carry this momentum forward next year. The United Arab Emirates is proud to be a member of BRICS. We are fully committed to the success of this alliance. The UAE has become a critical global gateway, a facilitator of trade, logistics, and cross-border cooperation. We believe that together, BRICS nations can unlock greater economic opportunities and sustainable growth. The global trade landscape is evolving. Disrupting have shown us that risks on relying on a single supply chain and limited routes are very risky. This makes it more urgent for us than ever to strengthen our trade networks, expand investment flows among member states. The UAE is actively working with BRICS partners to do exactly that. Brazil is a key market for us. To date, we have invested over 5 billion reals through both public and private sector initiatives. I'm proud to say that DP World is expanding operation at the Port of Santos with several hundred millions of dollars of investment planned by 2027. The UAE chapter plays an active role in BRICS Business Council. And today, I would like to highlight two key initiatives. First, the Global Logistic Platform. This initiative was first announced at the BRICS Summit last December. Since then, we have made significant progress. This platform will serve as a global hub, driving collaboration and improving supply chain resilience. It has received strong support from Russia, Brazil, and other nations. We will formally launch the platform office during the Global Logistics Summit in Dubai next year. But today, I'm pleased to announce the official website of the platform is now alive. Please put the website now. You can explore it now to learn more about the office and its mission. It will offer valuable insights and data to help us solve a global logistic challenge together. And second, it's our focus in new trade corridors. We believe that trade corridors can transform how goods, services, and ideas move between nations. When we build smarter, more resilient trade routes, we don't just move cargo. We connect industries, we enable opportunities, we create prosperity. The key to our collective success will be how effectively we connect markets. Our new platform will soon feature insight on emerging trade corridors across BRICS nations. In conclusion, the UAE stands firmly behind the mission of the BRICS and the goals of this Business Council. Through joint action, we can boost connectivity, expand trade, and foster shared prosperity for all nations. I look forward to continued collaborations, and I warmly invite you all to join us in Dubai for the Global Logistics Summit next year. Let us work together to build a better, connected, and more resilient global economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, for this presentation. We hereby conclude the first part of the event. We kindly request that the simultaneous translation devices be returned. Our program will continue at Warehouse 5 with the panel Strategies for Energy Transition and Decarbonization in BRICS. The Ambassador André Corrêa do Lago will take part, along with Jay Shroff from United Phosphorus Limited, Tabon Zulu from Richards Bay IDZ, CEO of DP World Subcontinent MENA, Rizwan Somar, and the Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer for China Investment Corporation, Chairperson of the Chinese chapter at WBA, Zhao Haiyind, the Director of Nature-Based Solutions at Vale, Patricia Daros, the Managing Director of Kala Holdings and Grandview Investment Holdings, and Chairperson of WBA, Egypt, Marian Gali, and the Chair of Sustainable Business Corp in Brazil, Ricardo Mussa. In 20 minutes, we'll resume the BRICS Brazil 2025 program at Warehouse 5. You will be able to pick up the simultaneous translation devices again. See you soon.
Global supply chains are tested daily, but by making trade resilient, communities and economies can thrive. From infrastructure to innovation to decarbonization, we can future-proof trade and our world. Resilient trade made possible.
Não tá agora. Bom dia, testando, relé da cabine de português. Bom dia, colegas. Olá, colegas.
mais mina, criando futuro com a gente, vem pra cima.
Uma indústria que está sempre inovando e é sustentável, cria não só produtos, cria oportunidades, cria um futuro melhor.
A indústria cria, a indústria é mais.
Global supply chains are tested daily, but by making trade resilient, communities and economies can thrive. From infrastructure to innovation to decarbonization, we can future-proof trade and our world. Resilient trade made possible.
A better home is everyone's dream. We are empowering our customers to create a more sustainable world. With innovative products, with professional services, we keep the world striding forward. With complete solutions, solid to succeed.
Good morning once again, or good afternoon already. We resume.
Vamos retomar esse fórum com um tema importante, a transição energética. A transição energética é um dos maiores desafios e uma das maiores responsabilidades da nossa era. Os BRICS desempenham um papel estratégico nesse processo. Nesse painel, nós vamos discutir como os países dos BRICS podem liderar a transformação rumo a uma economia de baixo carbono, com soluções que combinam inovação tecnológica, desenvolvimento sustentável e inclusão. Nossos convidados vão falar sobre energias renováveis, biocombustíveis, economia circular e tecnologias aplicadas à produção limpa. Temas que são prioridade para todos os países aqui representados. É uma honra receber aqui líderes empresariais e especialistas que trabalham diretamente com esse assunto. O presidente da COP30 no Brasil, embaixador André Correia do Lago. O CEO global da United Phosphorus Limited, ou UPL, Jay Schroff. O CEO da DP World Subcontinent and MENA, Rizwan Sumar. Vice-presidente executivo e diretor de estratégia da China Investment Corporation e presidente do capítulo chinês da WBA, a presidente e diretora de estratégia, senhora Zhao Haiying. O diretor de soluções baseadas na natureza, senhora Patrícia Daros, a diretora gerente da Kala Holdings e da Grandview Investment Holdings, e a presidente da WBA no Egito, senhora Mariane Gali. O presidente da Cabani Zulu e o presidente da Sustainable Business Corp no Brasil, senhor Ricardo Mussa, que será o moderador desse painel. Nós vamos agora ouvir ideias ousadas e caminhos concretos rumo a um futuro energético mais equilibrado, seguro e sustentável. Senhor Ricardo Mussa, o senhor tem a palavra. Muito obrigado. Agradeço esse grupo de pessoas aqui, da Ásia, da África, da América do Sul. É um prazer, muito obrigado por estarem aqui conosco neste painel. Temos 45 minutos para falar sobre a transição energética. Esse é um assunto que me é muito caro. Eu gosto muito desse tema. Sem mais delongas, vamos começar. Esse é um tema muito importante. Temos visões diferentes aqui hoje, perspectivas de investimentos de diferentes países. Então, eu gostaria de começar com um amigo querido da Índia, da UPL. Muito obrigada, Sr. Jay Shroff. Ele tem grande experiência na agricultura. Então, eu gostaria de começar com uma pergunta para o senhor. A UPL, para quem não sabe, faz muito trabalho nessa área. O Brasil é um grande mercado para a UPL. O embaixador Corrêa do Lago os conhece muito bem, do tempo que passou na Índia. E eles estão com uma atuação surpreendente, crescendo bastante no Brasil. O senhor pode falar um pouco, por gentileza, dessa jornada que percorreram para a transição energética? Como podem ajudar e quais são os exemplos do que podemos fazer para ajudar nessa transição energética, sobretudo no setor de agricultura? Muito obrigado. É um prazer e uma honra estar aqui. Parabéns aos organizadores dos BRICS. É um local muito bonito. Sempre um prazer estar no Rio. Pena que não temos mais agricultura aqui, senão teríamos um escritório no Rio de Janeiro. Estamos em Campinas.
Giving them the reward and recognition they deserve for creating green energy, bioenergy, biofuels can actually increase the focus and the investment by farmers. Today, in the last 10 years, UPL has pivoted our research. We are present in 140 countries. We are spending more than $500 million a year on R&D, and all our research is focused on farmer resilience. And farmer resilience means helping farmers to combat climate change, helping farmers to actually produce more in very difficult environments. Nobody gets impacted more with climate change than farmers, who are so critical for our food security. Today we have developed natural products to reduce methane emission from cattle. We are piloting this project and we are going to showcase it at the COP. This is something which is great. It can actually reduce 30% methane emission from cattle. There are, the first 6 inches or 1 foot of soil can actually store more carbon than you can imagine. Billions and billions of tons of carbon can be stored. Today we are developing microorganisms which can help store carbon, to restore carbon in the soil. We are actually working with several governments and other organizations around the world to reward farmers, saying if a farmer can showcase that he is storing more and more carbon in the first 6 inches of soil, and this can create additional income, but also, as we like to say, really save the world. And I think we need to use encourage and I would say reward and recognize farmers who can move towards decarbonizing the world through things. The whole bioenergy, the ethanol story around the world, and the biofuels and the SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, all these sectors which are you know, the new sectors for investment, can create price stability. One of the big challenges for farmers to adopt new technology is the price volatility of commodities. And if you're only feeding the world, you have one customer. If you're also creating a bioenergy, it's a whole different market. What it will do is give some kind of a price stability to the farmers, and that will give them opportunity to increase and use technology, to adopt technology to increase agriculture productivity. This is something which we truly believe, and therefore we are spending all our resources now on developing technologies to improve productivity. In countries like India, Africa, you know, our agriculture potential is almost 2 times, 3 times what the farmers are producing more now. But because of the volatility, the farmers are not able to invest in technology. But if you have the biofuel market, which has a much more stable pricing, and that offtake can create great cash flows for farmers, and they can adopt to technologies to use more climate smart technologies, climate smart crops. We can switch from corn to sorghum in years where you have the El Nino, La Nina, because you can now predict the rainfall. We have seen great examples in Africa where farmers who switched to growing sorghum in a very bad drought year got almost 100% yield, but the farmers who did not change to and stuck to corn got 0 yield. And these sort of things can create so much income stability and resilience. One of the other aspects of small farmer agriculture, which is one of the biggest challenges, is financial inclusion. And I believe stability in pricing, stability in income will create financial inclusion, because banks are willing to lend to people who have steady cash flows. And I believe one of the biggest causes of poverty in the world among farmers is financial inclusion. And I believe this whole journey of energy transition using bioenergy, biocrops, and using the agriculture produce to create energy will create stable cash flows for farmers. And also, and I believe that the banks and financial institutions will be very happy to lend them money, and that would bring all these poor families into a much more stable environment where they can actually start living life like the rest of the world. So I think it's one of the most exciting subjects. I'm very happy to share this, talk about this panel, but I think the transition towards SAF, towards bioenergy, the whole India story, where the corn production in India went from 30 million tons to, I think this year, maybe even 50 million tons, primarily because of the ethanol policy of the government, which I think Brazil is the world leader in that. And I think these sort of examples are creating a huge upside for really poor people, and helping them to bringing them out of poverty and getting them into financial inclusion. But we have lots of technologies, and I think not only UPL, but so many other companies are investing in technologies to help farmers transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. It's amazing, again, to see. It's amazing to see how Brazil and India connect, not only talking about the ethanol program, but what you're doing on the cattle side, really, really enthusiastic. Now going to finance and talking to Tao here, Regine from CIC. Thank you very much for coming here. I was talking to you before. Let's talk about finance. André Corrêa do Lago said this is one of the major challenges going ahead into COP, is the financing piece and green finance. Can you tell us a little bit more about how China is, because China is, of course, I was in China in the beginning of the year. It was impressive what you guys are doing on energy transition, but looking to the perspective of the investment side and finance, can you give us what's the view of China, especially on the BRICS? So please, Hal.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here. It's a bit cold here, so if we can increase the temperature, we can reduce carbon emission a bit. Okay. Yeah. And great honor to be here. I think that first of all, I want to speak about this question from BRICS as a whole. I think that our BRICS countries definitely are destined to take, central player role in achieving climate goals. First of all, because of our scale, we're big, right? We are like 45% of the global population, 30% of the global GDP. And also, very importantly, we are abundant in green resources. For example, we are like 72% of the rare earth reserves, 75% of manganese, et cetera, et cetera. I think President Lula also mentioned these numbers. And thirdly, very important, I think the BRICS government are very determined to do green development. And fourthly, we already have established some of the multilateral cooperation mechanism. For example, the New Development Bank, in their 5-year plan, 2022 to 2026, they're going to lend $30 billion to member states, and 40% of them is about, related to ESG, sustainability, etc. And also the Asia Infra Investment Bank, AIIB, right? They're also contributing, like this year, last year with Brazil, they already signed like a $2.9 billion cooperation in this area as well. So let me say a few things about China. Now, Chinese government are extremely serious about green development. First of all, they have an overarching strategy on the country level. And secondly, very important, they actually have sector-specific carbon reduction action plans with binding targets. So the targets are binding, so it's very effective. And 2023, they also have the national blueprint for comprehensive green transition. Now, the achievements are very obvious. For example, if you look at the air quality in China, in 2024, 87% of the days are rated as good or excellent. And for PM 2.5 concentrations, right, it dropped in the last decade by 40%. And also, if you look at the total installed wind and solar capacity, in 2024, it reached 1,200 gigawatts, which is like 6 years, achieving the goal of 2030 goal, so 6 years, before. Of course, if you also, again, if you look at the wind and the solar projects now in China, under construction, it accounts for about 65% of the global capacity under construction. So China is really very serious in this, and also, as I said, right, it's have achieved great results. And also, I think that China has been trying to really contribute to the world, I think, in 3 areas. One is in innovation. And for that innovation, for example, the breakthrough technologies, China's CATL company, their battery can enable 1,000 kilometers drive range, 10 minutes charge, okay, it's that efficient. And very importantly also, with those technologies, right, we can reduce the cost of green energy. The cost of, for example, the solar conversion efficiency go up from 17% to 24%, where the cost go down by 80%. So all of these, I think, make green transition affordable. So I think those are very important. Look at the manufacturing production lines. Like in China, now EVs are very important domestically. Of course, also for exports and working with other countries. So again, for continuously 9 years, China ranked #1 in terms of global production of electric vehicle cars and sales domestic as well. And I want to give you one little story, as a real story about the circular green economy in China. Now picture this, a huge desert in Qinghai province. Well, on that desert, it used to be a sand-swept wasteland. But now if you go there, you see shimmering blue ocean. Why? It's all solar panels. And picture this, below that solar panel is sheep. So we call them solar sheep, okay? Why? Because they need to grow grass below the solar panel, and the sheep can eat the grass. So you have all this whole circular economy working. So that's really the largest solar park in the whole world. So circular. Now, why is it circular economy? Because it actually, the solar panels help to reduce wind and water evaporation. So you actually help the microclimate for that area, right, which allows grass to grow, because without this, grass wouldn't grow. It's all sand, right, in the past. And then, of course, you know, when you grow the, that's one example. Now, I want to say a few words about the CSE, China Investment Corporation, which is China's Sovereign Wealth Fund. We are very, very committed to green development. And actually, over the years, our total investment and also committed capital for green investment related is already more than $11 billion. Actually, that also just for, let's say, that we have a sub-strategy called energy transition. Just for that area is about $8 billion already invested, over 40 projects, right? And we have lots of flagship cooperation projects in Brazil as well about EV fleets, data centers, etc. Those are, again, all for green development. So we look forward very much to, to working together, and definitely we believe in green capital is growth capital is the future. So we have a great, we are very optimistic about green investment. So now China is actual opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Zhang. In China, just to give an example, I was talking to a state grid from China. Last year alone, China, for the Brazilians who are present here, only on solar panel, the cheap panel that you talked, cheap solar, they invested 17 Itaipus in 1 year. 17 Itaipus, for the Brazilians, guys know the size of Itaipus. That's what China did in 1 year on solar panels. So thank you, Zhao. Go now to Africa, talk about Egypt first. So Marianne, thank you for being here. I'll ask you guys to try to be very precise and take to 4 or 5 minutes max, please. And now going to a different perspective, talking about transportation, and then we're going to, so if you can, please, Marianne, talk a little bit how Egypt, and some examples from Egypt, very important country in North Africa to us. Please, go ahead.
Well, I start first because Egypt has been one of the first countries hosting the COP27, and with that event, a lot of focus has been put on climate change and getting a green economy into Egypt as much as possible and as fast as possible. So Egypt has made a very big commitment from the COP27 that was out in 2022. Like Madame Zhao said, I think BRICS has become a very significant bloc in the world economy. Our consumption collectively is about 30 to 40% of energy. Our carbon emissions are high. But we have one very important redeeming factor, that among the countries in the BRICS group, we have wind, we have wind, we have solar, we have energy from solar, we have technology from India, from Brazil, from China. So collectively, I think if we all put our minds together and our efforts together, we really can make a difference in the world's stage in decarbonization. Industry, we've been asked to talk about industry. Industry is one of the highest sectors emitting carbon. The steel making, the cement making, clinker are all high emissions of carbon. However, there has been a strong move in Egypt especially, and I think across the world it's also happening. We're moving into green energy. And we're trying to electrify a lot of activities that can improve the carbon emission, and we're changing the fuel component into biofuels so that again improves. And one important factor also is the circular economy, going back to waste management and getting the best out of all the recycled items we can. For the activities that have actually taken place in Egypt, we have started by closing down many of the industries that were emitting extremely high carbon emissions and replace them with very efficient industries that are coming out with much lower emissions, but are also using the solar energy and the hydro energy. We have started and executed and successfully gone into a commercial stage where big wind farms are there, and Egypt has depended on technologies from the partner companies in BRICS, and also some financing from external financial institutions, and developed a very high solar park that produces enough energy of 1.5 megahertz for Egypt. They're well positioned, and we still can do a lot more with the wind and with the solar panels. And with solar panels, again, our partner, BRIC member partner from China, a lot of technologies has come, a lot of technical assistance has been put into place, again showing the strength of BRICS as a group together. For decarbonization of the transport sector, a strong emphasis is coming from the private sector of electrifying vehicles. Gas stations are now made available, power stations are being made for commercial vehicles and for private motor vehicles, reducing emissions. And the public sector has also taken the initiative of improving public transport, to reduce the amount of automation in automotives on the street, therefore reducing decarbonization. Now, when I look at the group as a BRICS, what we find as potential opportunities is that China, Egypt, and South Africa can come together to do a battery value chain where we leverage China's production for the battery production, Egypt's renewable energy for the sun and wind, and South Africa's wealth of mining and possible raw materials that can come from there. On the other hand, for biofuels, we look to India and Brazil for partnerships in this area, because we think there is a lot of potential in this area, and we're all moving towards this direction. And for green hydrogen corridors, Egypt and China can be working to build electrolyzers and manufacturing in Egypt, and use the renewable parks as the corridors to transmit to the world. And the shared e-mobility, again, is a great factor that we think if we can work on, we can develop and reduce carbon footprint. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be participating in this very important subject. And thank you there.
Oh, thank you, Marianne. Impressive. I think it's a real example of multilateralism. André Corrêa do Lago is going to talk about multirão, and your description of using the best of each country, it's a great example of what the BRICS is all about. How can we take advantage of the best of each? Now going to South Africa, Mr. Zulu, I think Richards Bay, let me say, I'm not saying in the wrong way. You are talking about the investments of IDZ, industrial zone, close to Durban. You're explaining to me how is the industrial piece of South Africa, and how can you make the examples? Maybe you can explain a little bit more what's happening in South Africa, how we are driving investments, especially on renewables. So please, Mr. Zulu, the floor is yours. His mic, please open the mic. Get Marianne's mic, maybe.
1, 2.
Yeah, it's right.
1, 2, 1, 2. No, thank you very much, Program Director, for this opportunity, and thanks to the colleagues from South Africa for allowing me this opportunity to represent our policy guidance that we have adopted as a country, and appreciate the opportunity that has been given to share our experience. And we have asked a very fundamental question about how far as South Africa have we gone in trying to embrace our decarbonization strategies as a country, and also put in place various strategies as part of just energy transition. I must say the leadership of South Africa has gone a long way in embracing, quite importantly, the role that South Africa wants to play in the space of decarbonization area as a signatory in the first place, but also as a strategic response into the crisis that we are faced from a climatic perspective point of view. We have gone to a point as South Africa of developing a framework that South Africa can use and also share that framework with all sectors in our society across the board, from business to government and civic society as a whole. This framework is helping us to begin to be more practical in dealing with decarbonization far and above our theoretical framework. The challenge that we are faced with, they don't only require developing of our strategies, but they require more our practical implementation. And our government has taken a bold step by putting legislation in place, in particular from an environmental legislative point of view, for compliance purposes. For any project that you want to do, it doesn't matter where you do it, as long as it is within our borders, there is a clear environmental framework within which you are expected to comply. And a stress test for every project proposed is done along those lines. We have indicated that one is operating, for example, in an area where we are responsible for the investment of attraction of potential international investors and domestic investors. And the same stress test that we are referring to is being used. There's a very tight environmental process that we have to go through and comply with it before your project is finally embraced for implementation. However, this is done within a very cohesive approach and coherent approach to make sure that we also, in the same process, we do not hamper the development that we so need in our own environments. We have adopted an approach that we think is inclusive, it's equitable, and is cost-effective. That is mainly insofar as the aspect of just transition that you are dealing with. South Africa is naturally endowed by coal. Our energy security and our energy supply for almost 100 years has been solely dependent on coal-powered plants. That has been our main source of supply. And this has been done through the natural resource that we have at our disposal, which one regarded as a blessing for our country, which is coal. How then do you turn around to deal with emissions that are produced by the same coal? How do you make sure that you transition the process of decarbonizing without socially affecting and negatively affecting, one, the energy security, the energy supply, and the social component that relates to the jobs that could also be affected if you go foolhardy on your strategies without taking into cognizance the negative impact that it can have. So the whole concept of just transition has been embraced by South Africa to say, as we engage in this process, let us make sure that this process is very just. Let us make sure that those who may not have the relevant skills for the new technologies that you want to embrace, which includes renewables. South Africa currently has embraced a big size of our energy supply for the place of renewables. How do you reskill your workers to be able to be still skilled in your new technologies that you want to use in the same space of energy supply? How do you make sure that as you transition into the new era that we are moving towards of decarbonization, no one is left behind suffering? Taking cognizance, as I conclude, Chairperson, of the historical nature within which South Africa, from an apartheid-based society, has been developed. So you'll find that we have different areas within our country. Some are far more developed, some are far less developed. How do you make sure that gap is not negatively affected by the introduction of new technologies as you begin to move into the new era, which is a very exciting area, but some lessons have been learned. We have closed down Wal Coal Power Station, which is a very important lesson. How you do it, how you plan that process, how you make sure there's no negative complex is of paramount importance. These are the lessons that we have learned going forward with our just transition. For now, I will pause there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all about just transition, right? That's a great example, Zulu, on just transition, talking to some. Let's go to the final part of our panel here to talk with two giants. One is Vale. I'm going to switch to Portuguese a little bit to talk to Patricia. So switching to Portuguese, so please, those listening in English, please put your translator in. Patricia, obrigado por estar aqui.
Patricia, thank you very much for being here. Vale has an incredible project. Obviously, I'm going to give you my testimonial, Patricia, because better than Vale speaking for itself, it's somebody speaking for Vale. For those that have not seen the Carajás Valley project, you see the surroundings of what you see around the mine. It's incredible when you compare an area where you have a presence of a serious company, what happens in the surroundings that is very well preserved. When you leave the domain of Vale, the difference in degradation, degraded pastures is incredible. Those who have not seen, you can view the satellite photo where they are. Patricia, you could talk about nature-based solutions of what Vale has done. If you can give me 4 minutes, I'd like to give some time for Andrea. Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you. In interest of time, I'm going to focus on our experience as a mining company that has been in the Amazon for 40 years, mining in a national flora along with ICM, the agency responsible for forests. In Brazil, we take 60% of our production of a high quality ore that has key role when we think about decarbonization, looking at how this high integrity ore contributes to emission reduction, especially in the steel industry. Well, when we think about decarbonization chain, forests are key. Today we mine, take 60% of our production in a mosaic that comprises 800,000 hectares. That is basically 5 times the city of São Paulo. To give you an idea of size, this mosaic, as from the standpoint of biodiversity aspect, over 22 springs, 3,000 species of flora and fauna preserved, and we do that along with public power. Carajás is a CASI, a public-private initiative involving the organized civil society. We can think about legal mining that is responsible, that can conciliate industrial activity along with forest protection. Looking at this case, Vale thought about a forest agenda, thinking about decarbonization beyond its borders. Brazil has gigantic potential, seeking nature-based solutions. And another initiative I'd like to talk about, actually to inspire the other countries, is our forest goal of recovering or protecting 500,000 hectares beyond our borders. 100,000 looking at recovery of degraded areas, and along with forest agroforest startups that we have fostered from 2019 to now, we had 18,500 hectares recovered, looking at high impact in carbon, food security, and also having standing forests. Another front was 200,000 hectares, looking at protection in partnership with conservation units, along with ICM, BIA, INEA, IEMA. We have been protecting those units. When we talk about forest, we're talking about people who keep the standing forest. We have a partnership with ICMBio. We call it Sustentabio, to strengthening 7 productive chain forest management, Pirarucu, cocoa, the Brazil nut. We're working with 14 conservation units that are sustainable, supporting 6,500 families. Well, in interest of time, I'm going to stop here, but I'd like to say that when we think about decarbonization, when we think about the challenges placed by climate crisis, looking at biodiversity, will not move forward if we don't have the private initiative, public sector, and civil society organized with joint efforts. These initiatives that I have shared here is to exemplify a bit how this partnership is fundamental when we think about protection and preservation of the Amazon forest, that is fundamental to face the challenges that we will face from now on. Thank you all very much.
Eu sou testemunha disso.
Final
Obrigada
from DP World. How you doing? Thank you for joining us here today. Also, action, talking about how you reconcile the business growth with the transition. So you can give a little bit, for those who are not aware, DP World is one of the major investors here in Brazil on the port of Santos, great company. So you can give some examples how you reconcile energy transition and growth on the vision of DP World, please.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. A pleasure being here. I'll talk a little bit about the logistics and the port industry that Ricardo actually described that DP World does. Logistics contributes to almost 1/4 of the carbon emissions globally. So it's a big responsibility in terms of making a difference towards the climate agenda. And I'll actually explain to you a few of the initiatives that DP World does, but also as an industry at the holistic level. So with 24% carbon emissions, road transportation contributes to almost 11%. And therefore, we believe that moving from road to other forms of transportation, like rail, for example, or sea, for example, makes a huge difference, simply because rail and sea are almost 75% less carbon emitting than road. And of course, with this move to EV and other renewable fuels, will make a difference in terms of less carbon emission where the road transportation is concerned, but multimodalism, or more than one mode of transport, has other benefits as well, which is essentially reducing the cost of logistics, which has a direct bearing on the competitivity of the goods that countries sell to each other. And so therefore, multimodalism is something that we are encouraging as DP World, and the industry is now moving very, very fast towards inland waterways, using sea as a mode of transportation, rail transportation. There is a lot of innovation in terms of rail. There is Hyperloop, for example, magnetic levitation, which is essentially a very, very good form of transportation, in the circular economy. And then the second point is obviously about reducing Scope 1 emissions, which is very important. We have taken a target of 42% reduction in Scope 1 emission by 2030, 50% in the port sector, almost 20% in the logistics sector. And Santos, our own terminal out here in Brazil, is 100% renewable. And Fabio, our CEO out here, is working extremely hard to ensure that there is even more innovation actually happening and more circular economy initiatives in Brazil. And then the other point is about electrification, because most of the equipment in the port and the logistics industry is essentially fossil fuel driven. And so therefore there's a lot of capex that one has to actually employ to ensure that the electrification is possible in that sense. So there's a big move towards that. In terms of road transportation, the long distance moving to EV, the first mile, last mile transportation moving to EV is a big one. The second, of course, is other innovative ways to actually handle cargo within the ports and the inland facilities that we actually have. We have something called as Box Bay, which we are implementing in Korea, in Busan, where it's a racking system for container cargo. One can actually store cargo in 11 rows, one above the other, as compared to 3 or 4 in conventional port facilities. And that this ensures that you increase the capacity by almost 3 times and increase efficiency multifold per se. Reduces the carbon emission at a whole by almost 70%. And if this actually happens, then this initiative, if this actually scales up like the way we expect it to, it can actually reduce carbon emissions overall by 70%. And then, of course, move to renewable fuel powered ships is very important. So we're investing in methanol as the fuel. We are ordering ships by the dozen. 2 of them will actually be delivered as early as 2026. And that's something that is more practical for us at the moment in terms of the use of methanol. And then lastly, I know there's a time check out here, but one very important initiative, and I think you, ma'am, mentioned it. It's quite cold out here. So we are looking at how do we move from minus 18 degrees to minus 15 for frozen goods. So goods like meat, for example, cut vegetables, ice cream, they're typically stored at minus 18 degrees Celsius. And if you just move to minus 15, the quality of the goods does not get impacted. But it can actually save a lot of carbon. It can save almost 7% of how much cold storages and cold transportation actually use as power. And it can actually take almost 4 million cars off the road in that sense. So that's a move that we're trying to propagate as much as possible globally. I think in the interest of time, I have a few more examples, but I'll leave it to you, Ricardo, to take it forward.
Thank you. Great. Thank you for all the inputs. And now with André Correa do Lago, André, you have seen here, that's great examples. You have technology from India, the size and the cost efficiency from China, Egypt, give an example, Vale about the nature conservancy in South Africa. And André has a word that is called mutirão, and trying to get the best out of each to make things happen has a huge challenge. I think, André, the question to you, having the BRICS here, what's the message you want to convey about COP30 for this audience, for the BRICS, for the leaders that are here today? So it would be very helpful to hear from you a little bit. Very good friend. So it's an honor to be here with you, André.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ricardo. And it's amazing what CNI is doing with the SD BRICS, SD COP, and it can be a little the SD BRICS also, because we're very happy to see those examples in the countries that are here together in the BRICS, and that we will be very much together at COP30. And what is very clear is the commitment of the countries of BRICS regarding the transition. And during the G20, we used the expression that it was transitions in the plural, because each country has to have its own solution. And even in big countries like Brazil, each region of Brazil has a different solution than another region of Brazil or a region of India or China. So I think that this is one of the key issues of COP30, is how do we make these transitions possible? And there is a dimension of COP, which is the negotiation. And in the negotiation, just transitions is one of the main subjects. So in the negotiation, it will be present, but it will also be extremely present in the action agenda. And the action agenda is where business, subnational governments, civil society, academia, science, technology get together to find solutions for what has already been agreed by the countries. And we have agreed to so many things already, and all our countries are already moving significantly. So the action agenda will be the demonstration that we are already at another stage. We are much more advanced than people think, and the cost of the transition, I think that many actors have been exaggerating the price of the transition. And we have here demonstrations that transition is possible, even for developing countries, that many of us have an extreme difficulty regarding financing or regarding technology, and we have found solutions. So it's a cup of solutions, and we will be very proud to have many solutions coming from the BRICS. And so this bridge between the BRICS and COP30, these months that we have ahead, we have to accumulate even more examples that solutions have to come from our countries, from our capacity. And obviously, many of the examples given here are already incredibly convincing. And I know that all the speakers had a lot more to say because there are many other examples to present. So it was great to have this panel. And let's continue this panel in Belém in November. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you, everyone, for here today. Great examples, great closure. Thank you for the audience. Let's go to lunch. Thank you very much. Let's have a picture there.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, everyone. We now close the first part of our program. This morning's debate and speeches show the strength of the diversity BRICS is made of. We thank each panelist, moderator, and guest who contributed with ideas, experiences, and concrete paths to strengthen the integration between our countries and generate positive impact in our societies. We now invite all participants to lunch, which will be served right here on the balcony of this warehouse. This is also an important moment of the forum: coexistence, spontaneous meetings, and building bonds. We return at 2 p.m. Once again, 2 to 10 p.m. to follow with our afternoon program. Please be on time because we have a very tight schedule after lunch. And closing this remarkable forum, we're going to have several authorities, so please stay with us. It's going to be very, very rich. See you all soon.
YouTube Premium é o YouTube sem anúncios e aquela musiquinha de fundo. Ou seja, dá para assistir vídeos enquanto você lê alguma coisa, pesquisa.
Hola. Good afternoon. Colleagues, please, I would like to invite you to take your seats. We're starting.
Tudo que tá no seu dia a dia. Olha quem faz, a indústria quem cria. Cola aqui com a gente pra criar algo pro mundo. As suas mãos constroem o futuro. Cria com os parça, cria com as minas. Criando o futuro com a gente, vem pra cima.
Uma indústria que está sempre inovando e é sustentável, cria não só produtos, cria oportunidades, cria um futuro melhor.
A indústria cria, a indústria é mais.
Global supply chains are tested daily, but by making trade resilient, communities and economies can thrive. From infrastructure to innovation to decarbonization, we can future-proof trade and our world. Resilient trade made possible.
A better home is everyone's dream. We are empowering our customers to create a more sustainable world. With innovative products, with professional services, we keep the world striding forward. With complete solutions, solid to succeed.
Industry is the force that moves the country. Present in all states, it is the link that connects agriculture, commerce, services, and Brazil to the world. This force is green, powered by renewable energy and sustainable solutions for a low-carbon future. More than 500,000 micro, small, medium, and large industries in Brazil employ over 11.5 million people, account for 25% of the national GDP and nearly 70% of Brazil's exports. This force is represented by the National Confederation of Industry, CNI, which coordinates the industry system alongside CESI, SENAI, and IEL, and promotes the sector's interests in Brazil's Congress and on the global stage. Together, these institutions support innovation, education, safety, and global competitiveness. SENAI National Service for Industrial Training, with over 89 million students enrolled since its creation, is Latin America's largest private network of industry-focused technical and vocational education. With a network of cutting-edge technology and infrastructure, it promotes innovation and supports industrial competitiveness. CESI, Brazilian Social Service for Industry, promotes health, safety, and quality of life for industrial workers through services for companies of all sizes. With an innovative methodology focused on the job market, it is the largest private education network in the country. IEL Evaldo Lodi Institute is present at every stage of a professional career, offering internships, developing leaders, and promoting innovation by bringing together universities, companies, and research centers. With technological innovation, renewable energy, and a new generation of professionals, Brazilian industry drives sustainable development, economic growth, creates opportunities, connects Brazil to the world, and transforms lives. Industry creates. Industry is more. Brazilian National Confederation of Industry, CNI.
Please
For the third time in the BRICS presidency, Brazil opens its doors to the world, gathering nations and future projects right from the heart of Rio de Janeiro in the land of biodiversity. BRICS is a platform for economic and trade cooperation that reaffirms the commitment to a fairer, inclusive, and multipolar global order. Together, BRICS countries represent nearly half of the world's population, account for 39% of global GDP, and 21% of international trade. This global relevance is also reflected in Brazil's important trade and investment ties with the group. With the entry of new members, BRICS expands its representativeness and strengthens its ability to act on global challenges. Within this dynamic landscape, public and private interests align to promote sustainable growth. In this scenario of opportunities, the private sector of the BRICS countries unites through the action of the Business Council and the Women Business Alliance, coordinated in Brazil by the National Confederation of Industry. These mechanisms create a direct channel with the BRICS governments to expand value chains, drive innovation and inclusion, bringing our economies closer together. BRICS private sector work is structured around pillars like energy transition and sustainable development, inter-BRICS trade and inclusive integration of production chains, innovation and digital transformation, support and promotion of women-led businesses, integration of new members into the BRICS ecosystem. More than 1,000 representatives from the private sector across BRICS countries have collaborated to develop recommendations and initiatives related to those pillars. These efforts culminate in the BRICS Business Forum, a space for dialogue between governments and businesses that shapes public policies, drives economic growth, and promotes sustainable investments that create real impact. BRICS Business Council, business cooperation for an inclusive and sustainable future. Women Business Alliance, connecting markets and creating opportunities among women-led businesses.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Please take your seats. We will resume our program. We remind you that simultaneous interpretation devices are available at this location. We will now resume the BRICS Business Forum, an initiative that integrates the work of the Brazilian presidency in 2025 and brings together the 11 countries that now compose the strategic cooperation bloc. Brazil is honored to host this meeting here at Pia Mauá, Rio de Janeiro, and receive leaders who share the commitment to sustainable growth, innovation, and the construction of a fairer and more representative global governance. In a global, so let's go on. Thank you, everyone. Now we proceed to the next BRICS panel. Next BRICS Brazil 2025 panel. Let's start the next panel, a key theme for the joint development of BRICS countries, strengthening trade in food security in BRICS. The transformation, in a global scenario marked by instabilities and fast-paced transformation, it is critical to optimize trade flows among BRICS countries and ensure safe food supply. Facing this challenge requires coordinated solutions, advancing in regulatory convergence, reducing barriers, and expanding the use of digital tools capable of facilitating trade and promoting more inclusive growth. For this debate, we are honored to welcome leaders who represent different links in this chain, from production to commercial diplomacy. This panel will be composed by the President of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of the Russian Federation, Sergei Katirin, the PJSC Fosagros Deputy CEO for Sales and Marketing, Mikhail Sterkin, the Chairperson of the Industrial Development Board of the Board of Industrial Development Corporation, IDC, Busi Mabusa, the president of China's General Technology Group Holding Co. Limited, Genertech, Yu Chubo. DP World President and CEO, His Excellency Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem. The head of government relations at BRF, Helena Araújo, and the managing director and senior partner of BCG Brazil, moderating this panel, Daniel Azevedo. I welcome you all to the stage. Let's hear from them on how to turn cooperation into concrete results for our economies and societies. Applause to our panelists. Welcome once again, and the floor is yours, Daniel.
Well, welcome everyone back to our plenary. We as a group have been given a mission, which is, given the jet lag and the session right after lunch, is to keep everyone as awake as possible. So thank you for joining us here. And we have a very distinguished panel with us here today. And it's a true pleasure to tackle the topic, the very important topic of strengthening our trade and food security within the BRICS countries. And the main objective of the panel is to tackle the critical question of how, right? How to strengthen trade and food security. So we'll try to explore some smart, secure, seamless technologies and alternatives for us to try and drive this change. We're going to explore topics such as digital trade and regulatory convergence, to better infrastructure and logistics. And the overall objective, of course, being to unlock business opportunities, accelerate economic development, and obviously foster inclusive and sustainable growth. We'll have three main topics in the session today. The first topic is we'll focus a little bit on regulatory alignment and coordination on standards, and how that can help us lower costs, minimize bureaucracy, and particularly focusing on some of the non-tariff barriers and some of the sustainability requirements that still prevent trade from taking its full potential. The second topic we're going to touch on is how to promote intra-BRICS agricultural trade and improve food security, particularly when we look at sanitary and phytosanitary regulations, and also how to unlock food trade for more vulnerable communities across the world. And the third and last topic will be focused on digitization. So how can we build a more resilient and efficient system through digitization, focusing on data standards, in cross-country interoperable tools that allow us to again, seek more efficiency, lower cost, and reduce bureaucratic burden. With that, I'd like to go straight to our panel. And the first question is directed to Mr. Chubu, or Patrick, from Genotech. And the question is, in your view, Mr. Patrick, what are the lessons or approaches that BRICS economies could consider to advance the regulatory cooperation in the way that it meaningfully supports trade and investment?
Thanks, Daniel. Distinguished guests, colleagues, good afternoon. I'm Xubo Yu with China Janatech, or you can call me Patrick. Yesterday afternoon, I was amazed by the presentations from various groups. There's a strong consensus among all the groups on promoting the trade facilitation, enhancing regulatory cooperation, and eliminating trade barriers, which I found very enlightening. In particular, I was deeply impressed by the discussion on regulatory coordination and mutual recognition of standards. Allow me to share the following perspectives. Number one, enhance regulatory cooperation to reduce trade barriers. First, promote regulatory cooperation through coordinated non-tariff measures and regulatory alignment. This supports sustainable trade, aligns with international commitment, revitalize multilateral trading systems, and reduce unnecessary trade barriers. Second, use international standard regulations and voluntary sustainability framework to align non-tariff measures, including sanitary rules, technical barriers, and green certifications. Third, enhance BRICS standard bodies cooperation through exchanges and dialogues to address regulatory differences in quarantine, inspection, digital, green, and sustainability standard, while expanding mutual recognition in energy, health, agricultural, services, and digital trade. Second, promote mutual recognition of standard. Strengthen bilateral and multilateral consultation to establish mutual standard recognition mechanism. Sign agreement to accept each other's testing certificate and regulatory decisions, and reduce duplicate testing and approvals. For sanitary and phytosanitary measures, BRICS members commit to SPS phytosanitary measures process. BRICS members commit to SPS measure equivalence, accepting divergence approaches that deliver equivalent health protection, thus adopting exporters' inspection certificate to eliminate duplicate testing. To further elaborate, I'd like to take a China-Russia example. Following continues, for many years, China has a ban on certain regions for Russia to export wheat and barley to China market. And both sides, especially regulatory parties, paid highly attention on that because it affects trade volumes. Following continuous efforts and the sound agreement between China and Russia regulatory authorities, China announced in 2022 the removal of region restriction on Russian wheat and barley, permitting imports of the grain, barley, and wheat from all regions of Russia. Now this means the two countries align their quarantine requirements, such as those for wheat rust and wheat control, with China accepting Russia's inspection certificate and measures, lifting all the region bans. This move significantly expanded Russia's grain export channel to China, marking a breakthrough in regulatory trust. Similarly, Russia has opened its market for Chinese rice and soybean if they meet its phytosanitary standard in Russia. Through these deals, both sides recognize the equivalence of each other's SPS systems, saving approval times for business and boosting trade volumes. Now, this practice indicates that regulatory coordination and mutual recognition of standards are effective ways to eliminate technical barriers in agricultural product trade. Actions speaks louder than words. So my final point is implement the BRICS Action Plan for Trade Development and Standard Cooperation. The Trade Development and Standard Cooperation Initiative proposed by China through BRICS Trade and Investment Working Group was included in BRICS Business Council 2024 annual report. To implement this initiative, we launched this BRICS Action Plan at the BRICS Economic and Trade Forum in April this year, 2025. The action plan focused on promoting trade standardization across all sectors and strengthening multi-level standard and technical capabilities. It aims to build a comprehensive cooperation mechanism, deepen standard alignment in key areas, and enhance standardization capacity. The action plan seeks to promote trade facilitation, sustainable development, and industrial innovation through deeper standard cooperation, thereby contributing to a, to a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient Great BRICS Cooperation. This action plan is fully aligned with the outline for national standardization development issued by Chinese government. We're looking forward to engaging in-depth exchange with all parties and jointly advance this initiative and action plan. In conclusion, by deepening cooperation on trade development and standard, BRICS countries are collectively advancing towards a more open, inclusive, and sustainable measures, setting a model of cooperation for global South. The action plan will undoubtedly help BRICS deliver tangible, mutual beneficial BRICS solution, demonstrating the proactive contribution and responsible leadership of emerging countries in global governance. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chubu. I particularly appreciated the concreteness of the examples that you brought, which highlights that it can be done, right? Once you put priorities and a short time frame. And given your example, given the connection to Russia and how it was a very productive relationship regarding aligning standards, I'd like to move on to Mr. Sergei Katrin from the Chamber of Commerce. And the question to you, Mr. Katrin, is where do you see the reserves for realizing the existing potential of trade and cooperation within the BRICS? And which industries, in your opinion, should be priorities in terms of solving the problem and in capturing the opportunity?
Thank you. If we look at a group such as BRICS, we have 45% of the global population. We also represent 37% of the world's GDP. We have huge reserves. My colleague was just mentioning wheat trade. From a security perspective, without food security, no other type of security can exist. You cannot feed the population with pavement or with other items, infrastructure items. So the first thing we have to think about is food security. We have huge reserves and great possibilities. We produce about 1.2 billion tons of wheat. So this is enough for the BRIC countries. However, we also export to other countries. If we think of food products outside of the BRICS countries, around $350, $400 billion, but only 25% of that is dedicated to trade amongst BRICS countries. So, okay, you acquire or you buy a fourth, and if you can consume that, considering where our countries are located, we can meet our needs. But the other 75%, this means a lot. Maybe we don't need 75%. We can sell to other countries. This is just an example. Maybe machinery, cars, ships, or building all the resources. With that, we can see a smaller percentage in the BRICS countries. This is a huge reserve for all these BRICS countries. We need to sell to each other in a swifter manner. Without, well, actually, the global trade increased just 3% in the BRICS countries, but it increased by over 10%. So we are more active. Looking at Russia, around 45% of our sales and trade relations take place amongst BRICS countries. In the last 5 years, we have increased from 19 to 45% these trade relations. We need to know how to use our reserves. What should we do to do that? My Chinese colleague just mentioned that we have sanitary and phytosanitary norms that should be accepted for all BRICS countries. We have bilateral agreements, so maybe the right thing would be to acknowledge and accept these rules from BRICS countries, one country recognizing the others. This would be a good solution for several problems. Looking at fostering trade of technical products, this is a little bit more complex. We have standards, technical norms, regulations. So there is a connection with this acknowledgement of standards, but there are also changes, different standards. A standard is a non-tariff barrier that some countries used not to accept the products of other countries. So we need to be in dialogue regarding sanitary and phytosanitary conditions. We should also debate norms and standards that will lead to increased trade. There's an Eastern saying that you might say the word sweet, but it doesn't taste sweet in your mouth. If we don't learn how to build a stable financial system providing balance and compensation, it will be difficult to talk about developing our reserves. Logistics and transportation, this is also a problem amongst our countries. And we have to solve this. We have to discuss new transportation corridors, new logistic flows that will lead to development. We have major reserves. Our reserves are enough, but we have to create a common financial system that is balanced with ratings between our countries. That will create a unique space for a financial system. We do have the reserves, we have a lot of work to do, and I'm sure we will be successful.
Thank you, Mr. And I was particularly impressed by the range of opportunities that you brought. And if you start looking with that wide range of perspective, there's a saying that we typically use in our sector that sometimes if you think of a Swiss cheese, there's more holes than cheese, which means there's plenty more opportunity to explore than we have explored so far. And one of the things that you touched was particularly the the opportunity in harmonization of sanitary and phytosanitary regulation. So I'll take that hook and ask the next question to Ms. Elena from BRF. And BRF is a company I know quite well, have visited many of your production sites, Brazil and beyond, one of the biggest exporters, the largest chicken exporter in the world. And this a real gem that Brazil has. And I'd like to ask you, Elena, on what do you think are the key priorities when we talk about strengthening the collaboration around agribusiness, and in particularly the topic that Mr. Catherine brought on harmonization of sanitary and phytosanitary opportunities to enhance food security and food trade across the BRIC nations.
Thank you, Daniel. I'll speak in Portuguese, okay?
Good afternoon to all. It's a pleasure to be representing BRF and Marfrig, the major food companies in the world, and also leader of the agribusiness working group at the Business Council yesterday. And I also want to congratulate you on the organization of this event, thanking you for the invitation and explaining Bruno Felder's absence. He had problems, last-minute issues, and could not be with us. But according to Daniel's question, and thinking about what has been said by China and Russia, we are very much in line with each other. This contribution starts with the experience in working in a company that is present in 127 countries. This puts us at the center of many global food supply chains, and also at the center of major challenges linked to agribusiness. Feeding a growing population with quality, with predictability, with sustainability is hard. And as we have been discussing all semester about Brazil's presidency of the BRICS, many of you are also participating in the Business Council working groups in the last few days. And I heard that the countries in our blocs are responsible for almost 40% of the global population, a very large share for concerning global consumption of food. So this puts us at a strategic position to lead solutions when we think about food security. Brazil is special because I know the country better, and based on science, technology, productivity, the country has been taking on this protagonism with regards to food security. This morning, Vice President Alckmin stressed our recent conquest. We became a country that is fully free of foot and mouth disease. And this puts us at a new level of international credibility among countries and markets that are increasingly demanding. So this is very important. And with regards to ensuring food security at a global scale, this requires more than production capacity. We do have production capacity, but we must ensure trust between the countries, between the regulatory systems, and between and among governments and corporations. We need to work together. And that is where the central point of your question arises. I have three priorities to strengthen agricultural cooperation between the BRICS countries, all of them cooperating with the sanitary and phytosanitary agenda. And this has also been said here. The first front is regulatory alignment that is science-based, also based on trust and alignment. Sanitary barriers are one of the big hurdles we face in our segment. And this is legitimate because the ultimate idea is to protect public health and animals and plants' health also. But this mechanism ends up becoming excessively unpredictable and bureaucratic, and it is a hurdle for the market flows. We believe it is possible to advance in a regulatory convergence without losing out on each country's sovereignty and phytosanitary rules, because Brazil, for example, is very strict for its rules. So multi-equivalence, the use of common measurements to measure risks and in different demands are already being practiced in some international fora. And I think that BRICS is a very interesting venue for us to advance in this discussion. We must make it clear that it's not a matter of being slacking these measures, but ensuring that they are proportional, scientifically viable, and transparent. My second point is technical institutional cooperation between the government and the corporations. We have discussed this, and in order to have an effective harmonization, we must invest in dialogue platforms involving sanitary authorities, the productive sector, the academy, in joint missions, in mutual audits and best practices, and above all, in developing the institutional trust. That is a key element. This brings predictability, which is a point for attention for those who are exporting, and also a point of security for those who are importing. In my experience at BRF and Marfrig, I believe we have a lot to contribute because we are present in many countries and we have to deal with very strict protocols. And we work with processes that must be audited and aligned with international practices. This is some of what we try to bring during our sessions. And the third front would be sustainability with traceability as a requirement to access markets. Food security in the 21st century is closely bound to sustainability. And in our case, which is the production of food at a big scale, cannot be produced at the expense of environmental degradation and social harm. So I bring this commitment from my personal experience in the companies with our traceability of grains. 100% of our grains are purchased and can be tracked or traced. So we cannot purchase anything from deforestation areas, from original peoples areas, and this enables us to advance in our zero deforestation commitment with transparent and reliability from our commercial partners. And if we really want the BRICS to become a true reference, we want to go beyond that, and we must advance in productive integration, developing regional supply chains, sharing sustainable technologies, promoting cooperation among different agricultural and cattle raising institutions, supporting producers, farmers, and small producers also. Working for zero emissions and establishing these multi-sectorial coalitions as we have been doing the past few days, and also knowing that problems are not solved only by the government or only by the corporations. We need to work together, and BRICS is the perfect venue for us to develop this alliance. I think that we want to be this solution for our global challenges. And in this case, we need to work with a more safe and resilient environment and with environmental responsibility and accountability. Well, in the beginning of your question, you mentioned something that is essential to this direction, which is mutual
trust and reliability and the actual commitment to sustainability. This is the future as we believe it and as we are committed to developing it. Thank you, Helena.
Elena. And you spoke a lot about the trade of food and food security. And as we move back in the chain, we wouldn't be able to be the agricultural powerhouse that Brazil is without all the inputs that go into this sector. And one, or the potentially most important, fertilizers. So I'd like to shift the discussion here and particularly invite Mr. Mikhail Sterkin to comment a bit. Mr. Sterkin represents Fosagro, one of the largest fertilizer producers, and one must say that the significant growth in the partnership between Brazil and Russia over the last few years around this sector has been one of the fuels of growth of our agricultural sector as well. And the question to you, Mr. Sterkin, is how can the fertilizer sector in specific support the development of more productive, resilient and sustainable food system across the world within the BRIC framework?
Спасибо, Даниэль, за вопрос. Всем добрый день.
In the last 5 years, we have been working. I am vice president of Fosagro, one of the major producers of minerals, and we also ensure food security. Obviously, we have our obligations to ensure the growth of agriculture, and the BRICS countries do have a key role. In 2030, we will see an increase in the world's population. We will be more or less 9.7 billion, and without the growth in the agricultural sector, we will not feed all these people. FAO says that the growth of food has to grow by 60%, food production. And for all of the agricultural sector, this will mean an increase in the production of these minerals. In Russia's experience, in a very short time, being a supplier and also a global purchaser of wheat. After some time, we became a supplier of wheat. Recently, we have become responsible for 41% of the wheat around the world. And in 2014, or since 2014, the supply of mineral fertilizers grew by 2.1% in our domestic market. We raised by 77,000 hectares in average our area, and our wheat production has a capacity of 400 tons per hectare. We produce 63 million tons of fertilizers, and this year we will reach the mark of 65. And this year we also started a program to develop and grow the fertilizer sector. We increased our production from 60 million tons. And this year we will produce more than 65 million tons of fertilizers. It is important to mention that if we're talking about exports, half of our production is being exported to BRICS countries, supporting food security in these countries, as well as agricultural growth in the BRICS countries. In the first 6 months of 2025, we have provided over 25% more to the BRICS countries. And in Brazil, the growth has generated a 6% tax on mineral fertilizers, and now Our exchange involves 35% between Brazil and Russia. Now we are also negotiating with India. They have dropped the 5% tax, and this will enable a growth of exports among the BRICS countries. And with regards to the agricultural segment, the new fertilizers, new types of wheat, all the BRICS countries have all the chances to follow this successful path. We base our dealings on exchange of experiences. We have a platform for training and education that is being developed because knowledge is also a path towards food security as well as technology exchange. Today we have heard by my colleagues that we have a new certification because to bring chemicals to a different country may take up to 5 years with regard to obtain certifications. So this will certainly increase and grow production in the agricultural sector, ensuring food security around the world. Thank you.
Now shifting gears a bit, and the next question will be targeted toward Ms. Buzi Mabuza and Mr. Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem. And the question is, Ms. Buzi has asked for the easiest question, so I prepared the easiest question for you, Ms. Buzi, around digitization. So how can the BRICS economies leverage digital tools, smarter trade processes, data convergence, to address the common challenges of high costs, bureaucracy, and fragmented processes on trade?
Daniel, thank you so much for that easy question, because you clearly have all the answers to it. There is no doubt in my mind, and I think this is a statement of fact, that efficient trade is the cornerstone for economic development. And I'm saying this from the vantage point of where I come from, South Africa, and the African continent, where we have, I think, in the order of 50% of the world's youth, where we have a growing population that is aspirational, that is innovative, that is enthused, and that will probably shift the numbers that my colleague to my right was talking about of the demand for basic foodstuff. Complex border procedures, inefficient logistics, which His Royal Highness the Sultan can talk to, outdated infrastructure, and the tariff and non-tariff barriers that my colleagues have already referred to, definitely increase costs, and in a manner that limits opportunities for micro, small, medium enterprises, women-owned businesses, youth-owned businesses. So it is critical that we take heed of the recommendation that came from the BRICS Business Council's Trade and Investment Task Force, where yesterday they informed us that their recommendation 1 seeks to reduce trade barriers amongst BRICS countries through regulatory cooperation and digitizing trade. And they, of course, proposed policy actions that should seek to address that. However, before I go to the, and I don't know whether my contribution is going to be what or how, before I go there, I need to acknowledge the risks that all policymakers, each country, each region, each geography is probably seized with as we seek to digitize. I believe that this is an accepted requirement that we are already moving towards as the BRICS countries. The risk of the centralized control of data and the power that that gives to whoever is controlling that data means we have to have accepted governance of the IT environment that will ensure robustness and ensure trust eventually. Of course, we do worry about the dependency. We worry about dependency on proprietary technology, and I will come back to that as I suggest some of the interventions. And it is therefore important, colleagues, that competition rules, as an example, as a building block towards this governance of digital trade, are addressed sooner rather than later. Talking to the what or how, the mention was made already by one of my colleagues of systems that recognize each other. And this is critical because a user that, let's talk about a small business, for example, that needs to export whatever goods they're producing in South Africa and has to interface with the funding institution, input the very same data that the insurer is going to look for, or very similar, similar data that the logistics provider is going to look for, similar data that the regulator is going to look for. And what's worse is that once that widget is transported, there is a paper trail at each and every border in a continent that has 54 countries, each of them with numerous borders. This becomes a prohibitive cost to business. So I believe that it would be important in country, first of all, that the systems are able to talk to each other. So if I have to provide a regulator with my ID number to verify, they should have access to the national population database, and therefore I shouldn't have to keep inputting that same kind of data. Clear guidelines have to be put in place on the data transfer protocols and how data is going to be secured. Who is the principal provider of the security of that data, so that where there are breaches, one knows exactly where to go to. Standardized, and this is probably what I was explaining already, standardized electronic documentation, I think would assist absolutely everybody. There are countries such as mine that struggle to keep track of what comes into the country and goes out. And it's because we have so many points of data inputs, whereas if the input forms were standardized, then they would be able to retrieve from that data point. And these are technologies that the young people, be they in this room or be they somewhere else, would be able to put together in no time whatsoever. So I'm excited for our future.
I share your excitement, and I love the framework that you brought there. And I'd like to turn over the last question to His Royal Highness, Mr. Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem. Do you agree with Ms. Buzi on the hows and the whats, or do you have a different perspective on unlocking trade through digitization?
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to clarify, my first name is Sultan, it's not a title. Now, I am really honored and pleased to be with you here today, and I totally agree with her on her presentation. And the issue really, we talk about trade between the BRICS countries. And today, in our experience, in our business, we found the trade is very resilient. No matter how many sanctions are issued, no matter how many geopolitical issues, so on, trade will continue. And the consumer will always buy what he wants at a price. But when you come to the supply chain is very fragmented and weak and really cannot cope. We've seen it during COVID, when China closed down, everybody stopped trading. A small incident in the Suez Canal when a ship got stranded for 40 hours, it delayed cargo by about 3 months. So what do we need to do? We need to have, as a BRICS countries, to really strengthen our systems by, for example, having a digitalized, a standardized system of a cross-border interoperability. Develop digitally integrated corridors across all the intermodal, air, sea, and land. Invest in trade routes. Now, this is very interesting. When the Red Sea crisis happened, we were stuck. We have cargo destined to many countries and we can't reach them. We created new routes. These are routes that existed, but not traditional. We created a road between Pakistan, through Iran or Afghanistan to Uzbekistan within 8 days. So we take the cargo to our port in Karachi. From there it goes by road and by train all the way to Uzbekistan, to Warsaw in 10 days. Cargoes we transport from China by rail to Pakistan and will bring it to Dubai in 10 days versus maybe 40 days. These are innovative ways. Other routes also are the south-south route. So that is coming from Warsaw or Moscow south to Iran, and from Iran it goes by sea and end up in Africa. Same thing also south-north, the same road but south-north. Another one is the Arctic route or the North route corridor, which is an initiative developed by Russia, where you will see cargo coming from China, instead of going through the traditional route through the Suez Canal, they can go through the Arctic route and reach Europe much faster. The old route will take 40 days, 24,000 kilometers. This route will take 13,000 kilometers and maybe 18 to 20 days. Better on the environment, less carbon emission, and faster. These are routes that we created and country created to deal with this. Also, we created digital marketplaces or trade corridors. And this is amazing because we are able to create additional trade between countries more than the regular trade they handle. For example, we did a trial of selecting 3 countries or 3 cities, Maputo in Mozambique, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and India. And we created groups in Africa, groups in Dubai, groups in India. Their purpose and goal is to ask the traders, what do you buy and what do you sell? And we took note. The same question was asked in Dubai and in India. And we created over $3 billion of new trade just in 3 months. This never happened. It happened by the traditional way. You get a trader in India who's looking for something he cannot find, and you get a trader in Mozambique who is stuck with the cargo, he doesn't know what to do with it. Another interesting thing is we also connected. And that's why we don't want to create silos, we want to have interconnectivity. We connected our port in Sokhna in Egypt, where we went to the traders, and we found they have a lot of oversupply of citrus. And we found out that in Kigali, in Central Africa, there is a lot of shortage of citrus. So now, in our dry port in Kigali, it's full of citrus coming from Egypt. It's a trade that never happened. And this is something we continue to do to allow this. Another interesting one is also we utilize a fantastic facility in Apron in Iran, near Tehran, where it is on the railroad that bring the cargo from north to south. And we were able, within 2 weeks, to bring 600 containers on 12 trains as a first shipment of solar panel to Iran. That happened within 2 weeks from the start of the operation, and this happened like 2 months ago. So we have to be creative in the business. We have to be looking at unconventional ways, and this will happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sultan. And just to close our panel, a few final words. My take on what I heard here from the panel. First, I was impressed with the level of alignment of perspectives. A very diverse panel, but a lot of alignment in terms of perspective. A lot of alignment around the importance of convergence of standards, the importance of the concreteness of the initiatives, and how digitization can be a source of acceleration, but we need to watch out for the risk that comes with it. And last but not least, I think an overarching theme, which is let's take the future in our own hands. Thank you, my distinguished panel, for the session today.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, everyone. It was awesome. We kindly ask you to return to your seats in the plenary. Thank you so much. The official picture, the family photo. Don't leave. Please, the picture. Let's take a picture. Thank you once again. Obrigada. Spasiba большое. And we proceed to the next BRICS Brazil 2025 panel. The transformation we are experiencing today is twofold, green and digital. And BRICS has a decisive role in ensuring that this transition happens in an inclusive and sustainable way. The next panel discusses how to prepare people and systems for this new cycle, where technological innovation and environmental responsibility go together. Let's discuss paths for reskilling, continuing education, more modern regulatory framework, and incentive policies that accelerate the adoption of new technologies and help boost talent. For this debate, we receive experts and leaders who work at the intersection between human development and innovation. I would like to welcome on stage the President of the National Council of SESI, Fausto Augusto Júnior, the CEO of Bank Pasargad, Majid Gassemi, the CEO of Kita, Chu Huanyu, or just Tony, the President of Apollo Tires Limited, Onkar Kanwar, the founder of Global Rus Trade, Ana Nestrava, and the Vice President of Finance and Investor Relations of Companhia Energética de Minas Gerais and panel moderator, Andrea Almeida. We will now follow their conversation about the skills of the present and the possibilities of the future. Andrea, welcome. The floor is yours.
First of all, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to moderate such an important panel today. So thanks for the invite. And we already talked about it. We know the world is changing so fast. And we know one of the changes that we are living is this one, the digital and green transition. Digital is changing our lives day to day. We know the way we work, the way we interact with people, the way companies offer service to us. We know AI is listening to us all times and offering service to us every day. It's amazing to see and take a cab without a driver. It's not anymore a dream, it's a reality. In Brazil, we say this train already left the station and there's no way back. We are now moving forward and we have to explore those opportunities that this transition brings to us. In the green is the same. We know how important it is for our countries to be sustainable, and we have seen lots of investments in grids, solar, wind energy in Brazil, and the new green hydrogen, electrification, and we need to prepare our people for this transition. And that's why we are here, to be discussing how we are going to be preparing our people and how we will be reskilling our people to be able to explore those opportunities. And very happy to invite, to start this discussion, to invite Fausto Augusto from SESI, and I will convert the first to Portuguese, the first question to Portuguese.
Given the technological advance that is impacting our lives, our work, and the climate change agenda, how do you see the digital and green transition impacting the labor force in our BRICS countries? First of all, thank you for the possibility of being here with you, greeting all the panel members. It is so pleasant to be able to discuss such a complex issue here. Well, I have 5 minutes. The first point is to understand the size of the problem. We are in a changing world. It is a change that only in the climate area will impact 40% of the jobs in the world. We are talking about 1.2 billion jobs that will be impacted by climate change. We cannot ignore this. We are saying that we need to have a healthy environment for most of the occupations and jobs we have in the whole world. As we experienced recently in Brazil, major floods in the south region that have impacted very strongly the local economies. And I want to call your attention to major land transitions that occur as a result of climate change. Large numbers of workers migrate from one area to another, and this is complex not only with regards to creating more jobs, but also to accommodate all these people and change the economy of the territories. This is already going on. How do you make an investment decision if you don't know whether you will have a big flood or a big drought in the next season? For us in the global south, this is even more serious because an important part of our economies are based on agricultural production, the production of food, and this is also suffering. When we talk about technology transition, and you said that the train has already left and we will have to deal with it and run after it, we say that 6 out of 10 workers will need to be upscaled or retrained in different functions. So this is our dilemma. The youth that are starting high school now in Brazil, when they end their education, the profession they chose will no longer exist. So we have different problems to face. And I want to mention 2 points very briefly. We cannot work on what we will become. We have to work on what we are doing, and based on that, how we can bring about change. Professional qualification and training must be at the core of our debate when we talk about technology. The discussion about a fair transition where the poorer workers from the poorer areas need to have public policies to reward them for these processes and to compensate them. And we also need to bring into education, since the beginning of education, big and broad changes that will enable transition. It is not one point of transition that we will experience. It is a set of transitions, and all of them need to be supported and taken on by the subjects who are learning, who are in school. Years ago, we thought we would stay for 30 years in one single company. Now, people change 6, 8 jobs along their lives, maybe even more. And this competency is not given in professional training, but rather in basic education. So we need to change how we see education. Thinking about the here and now, we also need public policies integrated with business properties that will focus on the changes both territorially and regarding the need for these people to be requalified and retrained. There is something else that is very important. It is not necessarily a job that is created by one technology that will be filled in by a worker that lost his job in another area. Many times, one worker leaving one function and entering a different function needs time to take place. Our societies need to be prepared to deal with that. And this is the beautiful aspect of this story, because it is the possibility of change. But climate change, which has the greatest impact on our lives and which will be partly corrected by technology, but only partly, puts us under the pressure of having in decision-making processes made by businesses and governments and societies, this is not something that will come from one action or another, isolated action. It will come from a whole world that needs to continue to exist. And we need to go on and follow that train.
This train already left, and we really have a lot to do and a lot to work to prepare our people for this challenge. And talking about technology, and definitely this will be one of the subjects we will be talking here. I invite, and if I say it wrong, the name, I apologize, Mr. Q Chan from Kita, China, to talk to us his ideas on considering his experience in the technology sector. What are the strategies that business can adopt to navigate this transition, this digital transition smoothly? And we know this business is coming to Brazil. What are the plans for Brazil?
Thank you, Andrea. Our company's mission is to help people eat better and live better. So we build our business and technologies around that mission statement. So we started a product in China in 2010 called in-store dining, where we help consumers find their favorite restaurants and help restaurants grow their sales. In 2013, we launched the food delivery. And today we also have grocery and medicine delivery. We also can help consumers book airplane tickets and hotels. And yesterday I saw a Brazilian friend. He told me he went to China 10 years ago. He really liked Chinese foot massage. And today you can find foot massage stores in our app in China. So our app is like a one-stop app for daily lives. And every year there are more than 700 million consumers make at least one transaction on our platform. And yesterday we just surpassed our peak volume and reached 120 million transactions in one day. And to answer your question, how to navigate through digital transformation, I think our strategy is to proactively adopt technology to better serve our customers. So in China, we have 10,000 engineers. About 1,000 are algorithm engineers. So we have developed a very robust algorithm to know which order to send to which riders at what time, so that our customers can receive the food delivery in a timely manner. So we even launched a product called On-Time Promise, where we promise to consumers, if we are going to deliver in 30 minutes, if we are late, we'll pay a compensation from our pocket, because we're very confident in our algorithm. And our team actually won the Friend Elderman Awards in operation research. So it's like the Nobel Prize in operation research. We also developed tools to help merchants, our restaurant partners, to find which location to open their stores. So that can help our merchant partner to grow their business. And for couriers, we work with partners to supply electric motorcycles to them. So that's half the cost of fuel motorcycles, and it's more green, more environmental friendly. So these are examples to how we adapt new technologies to transition through this area. And lastly, I want to talk a little bit about our plan in Brazil. So in May this year, we announced to invest 5.6 billion reais in Brazil in the next 5 years, when President Lula was visiting Beijing. So Brazil is a very important market for us. It's the 5th largest food delivery market in the world, with more than 12 billion US dollar transaction a year, and it's growing still at 20% a year. So we are very confident in the potential of this large market. And our plan involves, we are going to build a logistics network of more than 100,000 couriers. We're also going to provide our merchant partners very robust digital tools and marketing resources to help them grow. We're also going to build a customer service center in the northeast part of Brazil. And we talk about workforce employees. We're also going to hire more than 1,000 employees in Brazil, and more than 90% will be local Brazilians. So we hope to train them, educate them with the new technologies. And we hope to bring them to other parts of the world as well. So we have been in Brazil for the last 2 months. We actually brought 5 people from Egypt, from Saudi Arabia. So we were in the Middle East last year, and they came here. And when they started with us years ago, they were a sales manager. And today they are city managers for a few cities in Brazil. So we hope the same thing will happen to our Brazilian employees, to help them grow and develop together with Kita. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good to see the investments in Brazil and how technology can really improve our lives, and this is for sure. We know how this has been. So now moving, and I think we talked about it already, that we need to have much more public and private working together. So I'll have a questions to Mr. Onkar Kanwar from Apollo Tyres, India, on collaborative efforts between governments and business are crucial for ensuring and enabling environment for business to prosper, especially considering the regulatory environment that surrounds high technology applications in emerging areas. How can financing mechanisms for reskill and upskill programs and innovative entrepreneurship be effectively expanded in the speed and scale needed to fill skill gaps in the sectors intensive in applied technology and innovation?
Thank you. I think you raise the fundamental issues about this, let them go get degrees, but we don't make them employable. On the other side, what is happening is industry is short of people. They don't know what we should do, where we get the skills. So important thing is that we should try and develop skill sets, and that can only be done through various efforts. One is, in our country, they have set up a skill development fund where we provide money, government and industry works together and try and they give you 40% money up front, and they say you develop the skill and let them, when they work, we'll give you another 60%. Now this is working very well, because you see it's important that no matter what industry we do, important thing is skilling. And my friend said very rightly, he said very rightly that unless until the skills are there, now change is constant. That is the most perishable item, that if you don't stay with the change, you are out of business. So I think important thing is AI is only a means. Ultimately, human touch is very important. And if you people, what will happen is, on the repetitive jobs, the AI will take over. But I think we'll have to skill other people, upskill, so that they can help to take over their jobs. Now today, dichotomy is that on one side, that people are not having a jobs, and that is a social challenge to the government as well as the industry. Other side, industry is starving of skilled people. So we have to marry these two with the help of, educational institute, as well as industry, and as well as our, the skilling department. So I think this is very, very relevant, that we develop that, so that people, they can take people not able to have the basic skill that they provide by the industry. When they are studying, they could be sent to the industry and they can start skilling themselves. And then that will fill the gap of this unemployment, because it's a social cause. Because it's very important to see that people who come out with degrees has no meaning unless they have any skill. We have more unemployment, and other side industry is starving of skilled people. So important thing is that we should create a mechanism which Indian government has created. Our Prime Minister has been very focused on this thing, and especially skills. On the skilling, they have special funds, skill set funds. And like I said, they say 40% we give you up front, and once you are able to employ these people with proper training, we give you the 60%. Similarly, we can create number of models where we can, like I think Chinese are doing a fantastic job. We should learn from each other. We have so much commonalities in terms of population, in terms of market access. And if we don't, we should be the one who should be really, if you ask me, the local focal point to see all other economies who are in this BRICS. We help them to grow and create environments where they have a job. So I think this is a continuous job, because you see, if you do the routine job, that is the only thing which is routine which you'll take away with AI. Don't think that the AI will run without the human touch. Human will play a very important role with the AI or no AI. AI will only take away routine job. And as far as regular job is concerned, that upskilling is concerned, that will be taken over by AI. So my point is, once again, I think this is a very big challenge for the countries as a whole. They have unemployment. Other side, the industry has a problem of getting the skilled people. So important thing is, my suggestion is that Like in India, we have set up a skill fund by the government. This was under the Prime Minister's, Mr. Modi's initiative, that 60%, 40% you get the money, you train the people, and we give you 60% after they get the employee. So any industry you do, it's important whether it's you to do, like just now he said on the travel or anything you do, you need a human touch and you need a training. And that is what we need to do in all our countries, in our economies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We know how important it is, the participation of governments on these changes that we will have. So now I wanted to get the women touch on the public-private government, so it's important to have a women touch on that as well. And we have a very important participation in this panel, so I will invite Anna Nesterova now to answer the question. She's the chair of WBA Russia. So now I'll ask the question on public-private partnership as well, how this plays an important role, we already talked about it, in accelerating digitalization and AI integration in strategic sectors as healthcare and education, which are traditionally dominant by women. Given the importance of ensuring inclusiveness of innovative technology, how can women's participation in AI and high-tech sectors be increased to ensure equal access to benefits of digital transformation in the BRICS countries?
Hello, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good day. To begin with, I would like to note that it's truly an honor for me to have an opportunity to be here. And I'm very thankful to my global chairperson, Monica Mantera, for this invitation to become a part of today's forum and this discussion. As the chairperson of Russia chapter of BRICS Women's Business Alliance, I would like to elaborate on the question from the perspective of women's role in digitalization and development of AI. You know, if we speak about Russia, our country is the world leader in the standardization of artificial intelligence technologies, and it has significant success in implementing AI in various sectors of economy. In particular, Russia is in the top 10 in terms of computing power and overall level of AI implementation in priorities areas. In 2019, Russia adopted the National Strategy for the Development of Artificial Intelligence until 2030, which is aimed at achieving technological leadership in the world. In Russia, women predominate in the most important areas of education and healthcare. It's quite crucial. According to statistics, for example, the share of women in Russian education sector reaches 82%. The percentage of women among doctors in Russia accounts for 70%. We do not need to look for far for evidence. For example, in Russian chapter of Women's Business Alliance, we have Ms. Lyudmila Sherbakova. She is the president of Well Farm Group. She heads the leading and innovative pharmaceutical company in our country. Her company has 3 production sites with full automatization and R&D center. The area of one of the facilities reaches 50 square meters, 50,000 square meters. However, in the BRICS countries, despite significant improvements in access to education and employment, women still underrepresented. And, they faced with some barriers. And, this number of barriers I would like to mention. According to the annual research of Women's Business Alliance, women remain underrepresented in the innovative sector, including artificial intelligence, whereas their share accounts only for 22%. For example, in South Africa and United Arab Emirates, the share of women among STEM graduates reaches 42% and 41%. However, in other BRICS countries, this figure does not exceed 35%. In technological company, only 22% of management positions are held by women. Thus, we can note that although the BRICS countries are showing progress, but systematic barriers require comprehensive measures to fully realize the potential of women in STEM and artificial intelligence. As the BRICS Women Business Alliance, we understand this importance of increasing the share of women in innovative areas. And for our part, we provide various tools and implement a wide range of projects to unleash women's entrepreneurial potential and showcase their projects in high-tech sectors. Today, I would like to voice a number of barriers that prevent women from the full participation in digitalization and solution provided by BRICS Women Business Alliance to overcome them. For me, one of the most significant barriers is limited to access to digital infrastructure. And the BRICS Women Business Alliance come up with a solution to this problem by creating the common BRICS WBA digital platform launched last year during Russia's presidency in BRICS. The BRICS Women Business Alliance platform is our joint brainchild and, landmark project. For me, it's quite crucial. Before 2024, there was no a single informational resource in BRICS. The decision to develop the WBA platform in 2024 has become an answer to this problem. Now users can imagine from all over the world, they can find relevant information regarding all our activities, all our documents in one place. This is, for us, as I mentioned, like a child. Because, the decision to create this platform, we accepted this unanimously together many years ago. The platform contains, as I mentioned, the information, but not only the documents, but also more 40 countries joined to this platform, and it is a database for more than 1,000 projects led by women. This allows potential partners and investors to contact with these project leaders directly through this platform by selecting a country, or you can select a sector and find the partner. Today, there are only a few platforms in BRICS besides the BRICS WBA one, including the platform of the New Development Bank, the BRICS Energy Research Platform, and the future BRICS platform for land restoration. We believe that the official platform in BRICS can be combined in a single BRICS digital ecosystem that would strengthen the digital sovereignty of the BRICS countries and enhance BRICS cooperation mechanism in digitalization. Another substantial obstacle is inadequate support and promotion that enhance women's business development and visibility. We also work hard to offer more opportunities for the self-realization of women entrepreneurs from the BRICS countries. For example, in 2024, for the first time, we ran the BRICS Women Startup Contest, which allowed more than 1,000 women from 30 countries to make a statement about themselves and their projects. This year, under Brazilian leadership, our colleagues from BRICS WBA Brazilian chapter, in the spirit of continuity, hosted the second edition of the contest. In 2025, more than 1,700 women from 28 countries took part in the contest. As a result, the international jury selected only 18 winners. Through the contest, we show how diverse are areas in which women entrepreneurial creative thinking manifests itself. Those are projects from different areas, but mostly with high-tech and innovative solutions in their core. For example, women from Iran develop continuous glucose monitoring system and innovative immune cell-based therapy to combat cancer. Can you imagine? And created intelligent spoon for tremor elevation. It's ladies from Iran. Women from China produce unique robotic arms and humanoid robots that have no analogies in the world. Women from Russia invented program for analyzing and interpreting the result of CT, MRI, and various types of diagnostic images, created a photonic endoscope for cancer treatment, and developed remote cardiac monitoring. You know, I have to highlight that after the contest, after the contest take place, we continue to work with winners, and we're trying to help them to implement and scale up their projects. We're trying to help them to find the financial support also in their countries. One more challenge for women is the lack of financing. And you know, we need to work closer with new development banks. Maybe we need to launch some, I don't know how to say it, maybe some separate structure for women projects, or maybe some monies can be allocated for women projects in new development bank. We have to think about this. You know, I think that's it, because you know, we have a lot to say about our job, but we need to leave the time for other speakers. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, now it's working. Very good to hear from you, and it's a pleasure to have you here and to see really the amazing work that we were able to do this year, and the amazing work that we saw from the startups. I personally saw some of them yesterday, and it's amazing, and very proud to be part of WBA as well, and it's important that we present our reports to the government so as we can move this agenda even further. And I work with finance, so maybe I can help. Always. Very happy. And as I mentioned finance, you mentioned finance as well. How can we finance this? We will switch to finance. And now I invite Mr. Majid Gassemi from Bank Pasagart, Iran. And actually, I'm going to ask, like, coming from the financial sector, how do you see this twin transition inserted into the financial sector? How do you see financial sector like fostering and helping? We already said one way how financial sector can foster, but definitely there are other ways. So please help us on that.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam, Ms. Moderator, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to be in this panel. First, allow me to thank the Brazilian Business Council for organizing such a wonderful event, and also you, the moderator, for inviting me to this very interesting panel. As you may know, I'm the CEO of Bank Pasargad, the largest private bank in Iran. And more than 20 years ago, before going to the point, I may ask Mr. Kanwar, as the chairman of the council for the next year, that you know, everybody may like to speak in his own language, so we do not have any interpreter here for Persian language, so I have to think in Persian and interpret by myself and translate it, and then tell the matter to the panel. So 20 years ago that we established, I founded Bank Pasargad. We focused on the twin transition, I mean, in digital banking and green banking, and leading to the twin transition at the time being. Therefore, maybe it is best to start this discussion by sharing some of the insights from Bank Posargot's experience. First of all, it's important to note that based on our experience, the green and digital transitions reinforce each other. It's actually naturally, and the nature of these two events will come up with the reinforcing each other. As a simple and a significant example, eliminating all paper ledgers, internal paper, hand-signed documents, paper account opening forms, paper hand-signed instructions by clients, and many other such documents, and replacing them by digital documents not only fights deforestation and preserves energy, but enhances circular economy by better maintenance and recycling. Additionally, it adds to the efficiency and productivity of the system, leading to a better customer experience. All these factors, without a doubt, lead to a higher rate of national growth. Secondly, the twin transitions accelerate sustainability across the organization, and therefore, when cumulated across all sectors of the economy, produces a positive impact on the growth and development of the country as a whole. Thirdly, these twin transitions create inclusive job markets in sectors such as clean energy and digital services, leading to a more pronounced economic growth. Fourthly, we believe the twin transitions require new technology, as our colleagues in the panel explained, and innovative across a wide range of economic sectors that leads to higher national economic growth. And fifth, based on our experience, the twin green and digital transitions generate higher investment by both public and private sector, and in turn leads to private, public-private also investment together and increase the GDP. Just reminding the technical details of the discussion, you know, the green transition is actually away from fossil fuels, scaling down on carbon emissions, greening in transport and mobility, agriculture, food production, greening heavy industry and infrastructure, and protecting the environment, and further moving to circular economy, which is very important for green economy. Now, what is digital transaction? If talking about the digital itself, shifting to e-commerce, scaling up digital banking services, digitalizing education, moving to telemedicine, and I mean actually digitally transforming public services and rising of platform economy. The twin transitions of green and digital economy requires us to improve and enhance three principal sectors in the organization as well as government levels. First of all, that's the governance. In the governance, no conflict of interest between the stakeholders should happen, and also we watch and to manage that the whole risk should be eliminated or at least minimized. In the second part, we are talking about human capital. Human capital without training and education is nothing. So the education, as our colleague in the panel described, it is very important. That is why from the very beginning when we founded the bank, we also founded a university concentrating mainly on the edge of the knowledge and the science at the highest level of the as the international standards. So I may say that we have trained more than 25,000 people in the field of the digital economy for the country. So, and also the last part is the infrastructure, which is very important, and technology is here. In terms of governance, we need to design also clear digital strategies and undergo the necessary legal and regulatory reforms and authorize public, both public-private partnership, vital for these twin transition. For the BRICS countries, I suggest that we need a platform, and we should actually describe and nominate an ecosystem for this, that in order to exchange the experience between the countries, since it is such kind of technology or knowledge that every day changes, and the disruptive changes is very important, that we have to align ourselves by that. Human capital of the primary importance as in twin transition, digital technologies like AI, cloud computing. For instance, AI is very important. We are one of the holdings that we have is energy holding, that we own a field of producing almost 100,000 barrels a day, and so many centers of the production. Now we actually have a system by AI established by the cooperation of some universities, also our university, that online the production of the wells are actually monitored. Whenever the production is diminishing, then after very fast the manager of the system will enter to the problem and will solve the problem, and will not let the well to diminish and stop producing. And also electric vehicles, energy efficiency system are not self-executing in this, but so it means that the importance and significance of the human being. You need skilled people to design, operate, maintain, and improve these systems. Human capital development through reskilling, upskilling, and lifelong learning ensures actually the human capital to be not left behind of the technology. Countries actually that invest in the people reap long-term economic dividends. So just as the experience in the bank, I may say, to come up with very figures and results in the bank's performance, I may say that right now at Bank Pasargad, now we have more than 17 million clients, and this, actually the bank was established, founded 20 years ago. almost 7 or 8 million was by until 2 years ago, but after upgrading the digital economy and going over the last findings of the digital economy, within 2 years we have added almost 10 million clients, and right now every month we are adding almost 500,000 clients. We have only 340 branches, but now we are decreasing the branches, and due to digital economy, we are active in more than 1,500 cities and 27 villages. We are, without having any branch over there in these points, we are actually active in these points. Up to now, we have granted more than 10 million, more than almost 9,500,000 financial facilities, so almost 10 million facilities digitally without need for the client to visit our branches. This shows that digital transformation has significant potentials. Without a doubt, we need to make the initial investment in infrastructure and technology as well as education for the human being. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. I believe we are very close to the end, so I'll try to do my summary of findings that what I heard, and actually there are not findings, but a wish list. I believe we all have same issues. We should definitely help each other. We need cooperation. I think we all agree that we need public-private cooperation to solve that. We need to address the women agenda, definitely. We need training and programs, and maybe this training have to be focused on being resilient and flexible, and maybe long life learning is part of that. We need to adapt our education to do that, and financing, it's key for that transition. So maybe let's work together to make it happen. I think it's on our hands. Let's do it. But thank you for the wonderful panel. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrea. Thank you, everyone. Please gather for the official photo. Thank you so much once again. We proceed to the next BRICS Brazil 2025 keynote speaker. We invite to the stage the Superintendent Director of Social Service of Industry, SESI Nacional, SESI National Department, Paulo Moll, to address the theme Industry, Health, Strategy and Value Creation. Welcome, Paulo.
Tá ótimo.
Retorna aqui se precisar. Esse púlpito não tem espaço para botar a taça. Vou deixar uma garrafinha aqui para ti se precisar.
Tá ótimo. Quando falar que pode começar, você me avisa. Sim?
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paulo Mall. I am from the Industry Social Service here. We're going to talk about a very important topic on this forum, which is about health. This is a topic that would deserve a special session, but I am going to make a short speech on this topic. And why talking about this specifically? When we look in Brazil, basically, this has become the main challenge of Brazilians. When you ask Brazilians what is the area that needs to be adjusted,
O principal desafio é a parte de
the main challenge is health. And we have a connection between health and all the productive process. It is impossible for an industry to grow, to be more productive, if you don't have healthy workers that are more productive. So this is an extremely important debate that is relevant within this process. And the challenge becomes even greater when there is no, in the case of Brazil, a very positive evaluation on the quality service of health care in Brazil. Today in Brazil, specifically when we look at the evaluation of public services and private services of health, we have more than half of the population putting the services not so positive. And then our question is, for our workers, for our population to be healthy, we need to have important participation and quality of health that is relevant. If I don't have service, this becomes a problem that will impact our production. This actually impacts the economy, not only in Brazil, but also in other countries. And what happens? The expenses in Brazil in the area of health, they are very strange. And in the case of Brazil, you have a single health system and health being put in the constitution as the obligation of the state. We assume that public health is more important.
de 2024, a gente
So in 24, we observe that the spending in Brazil is much more private than public. Only 42% of spending comes from public sector, more than half in the private sector. And there's an important situation. In HMOs or complementary health, we have a stake of 28%, and this is complementary health. People seek alternative sources to fund their health care. So this is an important debate because the population, workers, so seek alternatives to try to keep increasingly healthier. This is a topic that needs to be debated within our companies. This is extremely important to be debated. Usually companies address other topics. It's not the core business of the company to work on health, but it ends up impacting its production. Business people, most times when they have more funding, they create and offer to their workers health insurance. Today in Brazil, the industries are the greatest contractors of supplementary health insurance. This actually goes beyond the core question of the industry. It's a national topic that must be addressed by all of us.
Então, feita essa
With this beginning, the main point is the following. How are we working on this question? And SESI is leading a business movement for health. What is the business movement? We clearly know that business people need to keep their workers healthy. And there's a great difficulty to keep or to develop this platform because this is not the core business of a company to follow healthcare spending. But it's extremely important to keep workers healthy. And then in the case of Brazil, we have two solutions that are quite different. For the larger companies, they usually hire health insurance and they outsource the health care of their workers. And this generates high costs to companies. Today is the second highest cost for a company, what they spend in healthcare insurance. So one point is, how can we start working so that our manager can also work in healthcare management to reduce costs in health? This is one point. Well, there is another part of the population, about half of the population in industry, they do not have access to health insurance. If they have no access to health insurance, they actually go to the public health service. How can business people work so that they can set up a partnership with the government so that the experience of our workers, whenever they resort to public health services, to have the best kind of care possible? This is an extremely important debate within this process. And the idea is that we created this business movement for health to discuss health within companies. This is a program that we have actually members on the program, so they are standing out within this project. Very large companies, smaller companies working together in this movement, and we think it's important to have the increased adhesion of companies in this move. What are the main topics we have been addressing within business mobilization for health? The first one is working on data and intelligence in health. This is most important, especially data integration between the information that we have available from the companies on the health of their workers and connection to the data that we have in the public sector. This is extremely important. In the case of Brazil, we have integration between the data you get in a private clinic and what we have at SESI with the public data that are at the national health system. So a worker that starts working or some clinic care, they have this follow up or the tracking within the national health system without having to start from scratch. This expedites the process and enables us to have a more efficient situation. We're talking about digitizing processes, protocols, integration of information, working on healthcare data in an integrated way. Second point is working on complementary health sustainable models. Workers cannot outsource, or business people cannot outsource the health care of their workers. So healthcare management is key and it must be performed. Business people will have difficulty in doing that because it is not their core business. And because of that, most important, it's important to have this mobilization for health where we have an exchange of information. How do you create situations in which you can reduce cost, increasing effectiveness? How can I get better results? Simple things. I have an employee to follow the pre-birth of our Lamaze period of my employee, female employee, avoids costs. So, newborn care is quite expensive. So we have to have preventive type of medicine. And lastly, the last topic that has been prioritized, which is mental health and emotional health. This has been growing a lot as a topic. We've noticed that today, after all the injuries that we talk about of muscles and bones, it's the greatest cause of absenteeism. So how can we work on emotional mental health? How can we have our employers working on that, creating working environments that are positive so that we don't have complex situations or complicated outcomes emotionally? We know that this may be the most difficult type of job because actually the emotional aspect, psychological aspect comes from home. How can the work environment contribute to a more important situation with a happier outcome of a certain disease that can be mental or emotional? Those are topics that are going to be addressed within this mobilization, business mobilization towards health. This is the QR code. If you want to know more about this business mobilization, because my time is very short, only 10 minutes for my speech, and the idea is to share very briefly some information on this movement, draw your attention to the importance of health within our corporations, to know that this is a topic that must be addressed within such type of forum as this, because we're going to debate main topics regarding growth of companies, and healthcare gains an aspect that is extremely important. This is it. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
We will now have a keynote speaker with a vision of business leadership on how technological innovation can drive green and sustainable development in the construction machinery industry. It is a moment of strategic listening which connects to the central themes of the BRICS and brings the vision of a leadership with the relevant contribution to the paths of cooperation and development. I invite to the stage Li Hangwan, President of XCMG Brazil.
Okay, thank you. 尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们，大家下午好。
My name is Li Hangwan from XCMG. Very pleased to meet you here in Rio to discuss the future of the green and sustainable transition. And I would like to thank all our friends and the official authorities that support XCMG in Brazil. Thank you. And today, I would like to make some comments with you. The first one is that innovation is important for the future. And the world is experiencing the fourth generation of technology change, especially, and the future is coming very fast, especially for our machinery production. We are embracing
we have this topic. We have telecommunications, which is extremely important to contribute to this moment in the economy. For XCMG, we have put in practice this idea since 2023. We have started our project of digitizing our services in the whole world, and in Brazil we have our intelligent plan, We have a production line of robots and IoT, and this has increased the productivity. The transition, the digital transition, has reduced the working hours of workers and has contributed to a lot of things, has given us a service, a solution that is technological for our customers in Brazil and Latin America.
The second pillar is to consider the green and sustainable development. Sustainability is essential for the development of a company in Brazil. The Brazilian government has also highlighted plans to increase their acceleration program, and XCMG launched a communique that it will be the first to reach carbon neutrality. In 2025, we launched the first uncrewed vehicle that has reached zero carbon emissions. So we have been integrating our low carbon technologies in China and brought them, implemented them in Brazil. And we are thinking about bringing the new energy, our new excavators from China to Brazil. Another point, we also mean to promote innovation in sustainability, and by 2026, we will reach and cover all our production and operation chains, and all of them will be zero carbon. So far, several vehicles and pieces of pieces of equipment in Brazilian territory, and we also contribute to Brazil's sustainable development. In the third pillar, we know that cooperation is very important, as well as multilateralism. President Xi Jinping said that in the last BRICS Business Forum, he said that we need to use solidarity and use platforms as important tools to develop cooperation among the global South countries. So XCMG has followed President Xi Jinping's guideline. We generated over 1,800 jobs in Brazil, and our industrial hub already has over 10 Chinese companies established in Brazil, contributing to regional development in the country. This country is also aimed at developing Brazil, and in the future we will increase our investments in automation and smart production in order to satisfy our clients' demand. By 2027, we will have built our first sustainable production plant in Brazil, and we will also bring more companies from China, and with other BRICS countries, we will build research and development centers together. We will exploit new alternatives for green development. Ladies and gentlemen, in China, we have a proverb: where there is will, there is power. And we our platform will be very important for the countries, and the private segment is more dynamic and faster. So in the last few years, the industries in China have been contributing greatly to the world, and in the future we want to have more countries joining us in this mission to bring about sustainable development and high quality. Together we will build the shared future, community for humankind. And finally, I wish all success to the BRICS Business Forum. Muito.
MG Brazil. We will now address a topic that is essential to make many of the transformations we want viable: how to finance, in a structured and cooperative way, development in the BRICS countries. In this panel, we will discuss the ways to expand access to resources and strengthen the bloc's financial instruments, with emphasis on the strategic role of the new development bank, the NDB, in mobilizing sustainable and high-impact investments. Our debaters will talk about infrastructure, financial inclusion, innovation, and above all, autonomy for the countries of the Global South to be protagonists of their own growth models. We are pleased to welcome to this panel the President of the Board of Africa Women's Bank and Chairperson of the South African chapter of the WBA, Her Highness Libogang Zulu. The CEO and MD of DP World Central Asia, Rajjit Singh Walia. The President of the Research Institute in Modern Finance of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China Limited, ICBC, Yang He. The Vice President of Banco do Brasil, Francisco La Sálvia. The Secretary General of the International Chamber of Commerce, ICC, John W.H. Denton. The Administrative and Financial Director of Cebrics, Margarete Coelho. And the President of BCG India and moderator of this panel, Janmejaya Sinha. Let's follow this conversation carefully, because many projects take shape and become reality through funding. Janmejaya Sinha, the floor is yours.
Good evening. It's a fascinating time to be talking about financing. And, when you just look outside, you just feel the energy of the water which will affect our financing. So first I want to go to Rajit, you, and just ask you, the new development bank was set up to further financing for sustainable reasons, for sustainable purposes. But it has three issues. Its parentage is such that its credit rating is not very good. And, leverage and liquidity are a challenge. So what kind of innovative instruments can they use to enhance the capital that they have to be able to finance, the projects that are required in the BRICS?
Thank you very much for the question. In addition to running the Central Asia region for DP World,
I'm also the executive that started DP World Trade Finance, which is why I'm here. And this is an issue that we've struggled with for some time now. If I may just amend the question a little bit, it's not so much that SMEs don't have access to finance. That definitely is a problem, right? But it's also the rates at which they borrow at. I mean, just to put it to everyone, SMEs borrow anywhere from 12% to 25%. That's just unacceptable, I think, in most markets, right? Everyone can agree something needs to be done. If I may, I'll just start off with some statistics. The trade finance gap in 2024 closed to 250 trillion US dollars, up from 1.7 trillion US dollars. Another statistic is that 43% of all global trade involves an SME, but only 10% of global trade finance flows towards SME. So there's a huge gap. The third statistic is that approximately 50% of all SME credit applications that go to banks get rejected. And that's because banks want hard collateral, they want hard assets, blah, blah, blah. But the irony is that if you're a company that's big enough, they generally don't ask for hard assets, right? So it's a very complex problem and a problem that we have tried to solve for the last 10 years. So in terms of DP World, we provide end-to-end financing. So from the factory floor to the customer door is our motto, right? And so you can appreciate that the SME sector is super important for us. Yeah. Now, when it comes to women entrepreneurs, other underserved communities, from our perspective, we have just grouped everyone under SME for now, and clearly there is merit in expanding that a little bit more. I mentioned that it took us 10 years to launch the trade finance platform, and we've learned a lot, right? And we're still learning. What we've learned is that the biggest risk is fraud and collusion. Fraud is when an SME or a borrower goes to multiple banks with the same invoice to get financing for it, right? Collusion is where an exporter and importer collude to do something fraudulent or illegal. These are the two big risks, and this is the reason why you see banks going into the SME sector and then coming out of the SME sector, right? Because their traditional approach to credit that banks use does not work for the SME sector. And I think the statistics that I've shared with you prove that, right? I just want to share give you an example, right? So the NBD putting out capital. Sorry? You're the one who wants the flight, yeah? Sorry? You're the one who wants the flight. Yeah, sorry. Just to conclude, we don't believe that there is any instrument that can solve this problem. We believe that what you need is an ecosystem that brings together logistics providers, credit insurers, banks, and funds, as well as the government, to create a secure ecosystem and structure that will allow banks, that will allow us to reduce the risk and allow banks to price the risk. Today, banks are just pricing the risk. Our approach is to reduce the risk. So I hope that answers the question, but that's our approach.
Great. Francesco, from your perspective, even do you see a role for the financial institutions like New Development Bank to actually play a part in helping sustainable finance, and how might they use innovative instruments to increase their capital?
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Janie. Thank you, Raj. I will complement your answer. I think we need a system. There is no one solution for that as well. And I think that nowadays the BRICS countries have the opportunity to improve a global financial system. We have this opportunity talking here. And here we can talk about social programs, we can talk about the green economy, we can talk about sustainable agenda, about infrastructure investments, inclusive development as well, and renewable energy going to green. So I think we have 3 points to discuss these solutions. The first one is the instruments, and we don't have just one instrument, as you said. So we can talk about blended finance, and it's working nowadays. For example, we from Banco do Brasil, on the past 2 years, we brought around 30 billion reais from multilateral fundings, showing the main structure of the bank that is always going to green. We take care about that. So it's smart money coming to Brazil for special investments. We can talk about credit guarantees as well. For example, NDB or MIGA, that is a part of World Bank, can approve or can improve these guarantees to make the loans cheaper. We can talk about the smart capital for renewable energy as well. And we did an operation with NDB where we took $200 million to support the renewable energy initiatives. And we spent all this money during the last year, going to the agribusiness of Brazil. The second point, the strategies to unlock the capital. I think we have to improve the governance practice in all countries from BRICS. We have to improve a strategy partnership between development banks, commercial banks, and the NB as well. And we should invest in workforce development to promote inclusion, to promote innovation, and financing the digital opportunities. The third key point is how NDB can move to this agenda forward. I think it's offering these competitive and inclusive conditions, especially for the small companies, that's SMEs. And they are doing this, but we need a project. This is the point. We need the good projects to be financed by this money. So we have many opportunities to improve this business among the BRICS countries. And I'm very confident that it will happen.
Wonderful. I want to move to you, John, now and ask you. Green finance in BRICS has huge potential, yet private investors still hold back because they worry about unclear policies, shifting regulations, and unfamiliar standards. From your experience, what simple policy or regulatory steps could the BRICS governments take today to lower those barriers, build confidence, and unlock more private capital for green infrastructure?
And thank you for the microphone. Thanks very much.
Obrigada, muito obrigada.
I've just come here. I've been co-chairing the private sector inputs into the Finance for Development conference in Seville for the United Nations. And I have to tell you, very similar issues align. We also crowd in the private sector for the COP process. So the issues around attracting finance for development, attracting finance to support the energy transition are all live. And I see our friends from South Africa here because I'm co-chairing finance and infrastructure there. So these are all big issues for us. The way I respond to it is around, first of all, two issues. One is around systemic, and the other is actually around unleashing practical solutions right now. On the systemic issue, I think it's pretty clear that one reason I'm enjoying the BRICS Plus Summit is that no one here is talking about pledges. At Finance for Development, a lot of the players got lost seeking pledges from advanced economies. There is no money, there are no pledges, and so it all comes down to creating enabling environments. And the theme I've seen throughout, from the opening all the way through, is how do you create enabling environments? There is, as I said, two issues here. First is systemic, and let's look at that. And we talked about a little bit just before. There are absolute inhibitors to access to finance because of the way in which macroprudential frameworks operate. There is no doubt about it. This is not just a technical issue, this is a block to development. What that means is that the way in which the Financial Stability Board assesses risk does not appropriately allocate the right risk profile to financing which is supported by development banks and by long-term contracts. So what that means is perfectly good financing opportunities in developing and emerging economies are weighted too heavily and cost too much. We fully support the need to use risk allocation in order to develop financial stability, but the model that's being used is based on 08-09, the global financial crisis, we're in 2025. A practical issue for BRICS governments, and let's face it, the Financial Stability Board is a creature of the G20. The number of BRICS Plus governments that are actually on the G20, led by South Africa this year, creates the perfect opportunity to join with the ICC, the organization I lead, which is in 170 countries, 70% in the global south. So these are real issues for us. And I genuinely believe we can find common cause even with the US on this issue because of the overweighting of risk in the context of what needs to be done is putting enormous pressure on the financial system. So that's one area that we can work on practically. And this is something that the New Development Bank, I discussed this with Dilma Rousseff yesterday, is very keen to engage on as well. We can do this. We want South Africa's leadership. We want it backed up by India, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, and on we go. So this is really important. The other is really practical. What I really like about this discussion in Rio is it's about how do you unleash economic activity? Because think about this, the discussion I had in Seville was finance for development will actually come from unleashing pent-up economic activity which is not allowed to progress. Our friend from Dubai Ports mentioned before the issue around SMEs' access to trade finance. If you look at trade finance, it has dropped 45% since over the last 10 years. It also aligns very much to the introduction of stronger regulations through the Financial Action Task Force. What that means when you have a drop in access to finance, trade finance, is that in developing and emerging economies, but particularly in Africa and Caribbean, you've seen a 60% drop in the ability of SMEs to access trade finance, and within 2 years, there's a 40% drop in their revenue. If we're able to re-weight to an appropriate level the operations of the FATF, we could, as part of the ecosystem Dubai Ports looks at, unleash further economic activity. The last point I'll make is that there's a fundamental mismatch between, I think, development and one of the areas which is access to justice. Access to justice must be seen as part of development because when we look at the macroeconomics on this, there's millions of matters stuck, but there's more than 13 million matters stuck in the Brazilian legal system. There's almost 20 million stuck in India. When you do the macro numbers on that and apply that across the BRICS Plus countries, that's almost $1 trillion worth of lost economic activity because the inability to have confidence in having disputes resolved has a chilling effect on SME activity and actually on investment opportunities as well. At the ICC, we are creating, by the way, a public good to resolve that issue, but we want the BRICS Plus countries here to recognize that this is another area which could open up development opportunity for development finance through creating actual economic activity and finance which could be taxed and could therefore be part of the energy transition. So no more pledges, only partnership. And what I like about BRICS Plus is with a combination of governments in the G20, we should be able to achieve number one. And if we're actually able to recognize number two as critical, we can work on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John, for making some very critical points. Mr. Yang, how do you react to what John said in the same question?
Thank you for your microphone again. First, I would like to introduce the concept of transition finance, which is more inclusive. In fact, transition industries account for a far larger share of the economy than the pure green industries. So it is essential to promote the low carbon transition of traditional high emission industries or hard to abate sectors steadily and orderly to ensure a safe decarbonization process. So in this way, financing transition industries benefit more people create more jobs, and is more politically accepted. As we know, narrative is a very important factor in driving economic growth. So once social consensus is achieved, private investment confidence will grow. So therefore, the first thing government need to tell people is don't worry. The green transition is a Pareto improvement process that will benefit the most majority of people. Second, a green finance and a transition finance should be commercially sustainable. The green transition not only mitigates the risks posed by climate change, but also fosters more efficient industries and economic growth. In other words, the green transition does not necessarily mean higher costs. On the contrary, it serves as an important indicator for identifying more efficient enterprises. Based on ICBC's practice, companies that perform well in green transition also achieve better financial results, delivering higher returns to shareholders and banks. As a scholar, I call it signaling effect. So the second task for government is to send a clear message to private investors that opportunities is profitable, so don't hesitate, invest now. Third, the government must not only build consensus, but also provide incentives and establish mechanisms. In this regard, monetary and physical policies can play a proactive role. One example is the Chinese Central Bank's carbon reduction support facility. When financial institutions issue loans to carbon reduction projects, the central banks provide 60% of the principal at an ultra-low interest rate of just 1.75%. So there is no need to worry about the misuse of the public fund because the straight audits are conducted afterwards. Another example is carbon pricing mechanism. Last month I was in Singapore, where companies can purchase carbon credits to reduce their liabilities under the national carbon tax. So it's a mechanism of trade. And finally, I want to say that technology can help. Artificial intelligence, particularly, is playing an increasingly important role in selecting project and risk mitigation. In ICBC, we have intellectual intelligence risk management system powered by AI tools, enables more process and efficient project evaluation, thereby better balancing risk and returns. We believe this in itself embodies the essence of green and transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, especially for also introducing the importance of technology as we go forward. Ms. Zulu, I want to ask you, given the persistent gaps that women entrepreneurs face, what from your perspective can be innovative financing plays to bridge these gaps? What practical strategies should businesses and governments employ to effectively scale and support such opportunities?
Thank you so much for that question, but I'm going to answer it differently and maybe reconfigure the question in my own way. So John spoke of a financial system or architecture that's designed to serve a purpose. I couldn't agree with him more. We are talking BRICS. We are talking a different kind of agenda, but we seek and continue to take approaches that are trying to fit in within an existing system. So at some given point, we need to unlearn redesign and rethink exactly what is it that we want to do insofar as the BRICS agenda is concerned, from a financing perspective, of course. I want to share with all of us a quote by Myatt Rothschild. He wrote a quote, he's got quite a couple, but back in 1818, he wrote a quote and that said, "I care not who makes the laws of a nation, I care about supplying that nation with money." Simply put, I do not care who your president is. I care about supplying that nation with money so I can continue to control the nation that you are leading. Now, today we sit in a situation where the very family, like them, don't like them, that's your business, but bottom line is, it is business. They own 80% of the reserve banks in the world. That is the vision. Back in 1818, they grew as a family, they grew as a business. Why is it that when we speak reimagining financing for women, reimagining inclusion, we take a social approach instead of an economic approach as BRICS? So when we speak about redesigning, I want to speak about, I'm not very big with English, it's my third language at that, more so because it tends to confuse and keep people quite busy. We tend to walk it than talk it. So just this year, in practicalizing the inclusion in financing, we partnered with the BRICS Chamber of Commerce, BCCI, the women vertical, and we said to them, look, we as BRICS Women Business Alliance, have started the Women Startup Contest, and we've got thousands and thousands of women that are operating in economy corridors of BRICS as startup businesses, brilliant solutions. However, nobody is investing in them. Nobody is giving them finance because people are looking for collaterals. People are looking for guarantees that a startup doesn't have. However, we then said to the BCCI, make available the investment partners that you have that are seed funders, that are startup funders, and that are venture capitalists, that our women will come and actually pitch their businesses to a panel of investors. You will not believe when I say to you, we actually concluded that trial session with at least 9.4 billion rand worth of investment deals secured. These are VCs that are saying, I will take you, I will help you grow, I will invest in your business. It makes sense, it is scalable, it is practical, there's a market for it. You've already proven to yourself that the solution you have has a market. Now my thing to all of us that are in the banking space that are sitting in this panel is, can you imagine if you were to put your hand in the very same pot that the BCCI investors executed, how much of the scaling effect would that have? A, B, what impact would that have on the GDP of the BRICS countries and, of course, the combined GDP as a whole? I think for me is deassociating ourselves with the actual BRICS agenda and imagining it as a political agenda versus it from an economic cooperation agenda. If we can fix that, we can start walking and talking differently. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ms. Coelho, could I ask you to give your perspective on the gaps that women entrepreneurs face?
Muito boa tarde a todos. Thank you for your
Good.
questions, which is a beautiful language.
I would think, well, my first suggestion is that we have to think about innovative solutions, innovative funding formats that may make a difference. We have to think about traditional boxes. We have to design financial systems that are inclusive from their source, the origin, sensitive to various realities and able to recognize the transforming potential of business women. And next to this path, I would suggest three possibilities. The first of them would be strategic use of public collaterals and support funds. The Brazilian support system of SMEs. Cebrics is the manager of FUMP, is the support fund of SMEs that supports the absence of real collaterals that prevent so many business people, especially women, to access credit. Our fund has leveraged over $6 billion in credit operations for small businesses, with special attention to business women that were vulnerable. And what can I state in this situation is that when access to credit with technical support, women present impressive success rates. So this model, our model, connects credit guarantees with capacity building for business people, can be scaled to other BRICS countries with local adaptations, with support of multilateral institutions as the new development bank. A second suggestion is that digital funding with focus can be created, digital finance with the focus on businesswomen. Another promising path is the advance of fintechs with gender specificity. What we see in the Brazilian ecosystem is the emergence of digital platforms specifically designed to serve women, business women, bringing to them solutions that are more empathic with risk analysis based on alternative data, such as informal cash flow, digital reputation, sales history or background with more or less red tape processes. These fintechs provide financial education contests and management tools, which is key for the qualified use of credit. Within the Business Alliance or the Women Business Alliance, I see huge space, phenomenal space to strengthen those fintechs with directed investment, with favorable legal frameworks and partnerships with the public sector. We can create an environment in which technological solutions can be to the service of gender equity and entrepreneurship. My third suggestion is that we should have impact investment with gender specificity. This is the third path, and it suggests the expansion of social impact funds focusing on women. The impact investment has been growing globally. It has moved over $1 trillion in 2023, according to the Global Impact Investment Network, and it is a powerful tool to direct capital to businesses led by women, and particularly those women that are in the base of the pyramid. In Brazil, Cebrics works with articulation with organizations that structure funds that are geared to Black women, indigenous women, women that live on the peripheries, taking to them their own methodologies of analysis and monitoring, respecting the reality of each and every territory. Within BRICS, it is possible, I believe, to create multilateral funds with impact on gender focus with the NDB funds and international cooperation that may operate in a network, incubators, accelerators, and support organizations in the member states. As to the second part of your question that you have asked me, sir, which is how to scale those solutions effectively, I would highlight 4 concrete strategies that governments and companies can adopt jointly. First, creating public policies that are integrated with gender goals. The government should incorporate inclusion actions for women in their credit policies and development, with clear indicators of impact, with a design of ethnical and territorial, and having information on funding, capacity building, and market. Public financial institutions should go beyond simply hitting their goals. Credit access to women should be incorporated as priority product on the shelves of services of the bank. What I always say is that what we want is no longer having investment quotas for women. We want goals because financial institutions understand that very well. We want to increase the appetite of financial institutions to offer credit for women because it will be advantageous to offer credit to them. My second suggestion would be to create partnerships with technical support institutions. So the great funds and banks should actually relate to institutions that work at the forefront, the Cebrics development agencies, credit cooperatives, and community banks. Those are the institutions that know the territories, that live with the difficulties of a territory. And that's why they deserve the trust of those businesswomen, because they are close to them. They know their reality. The third point would be encouraging regulatory innovation of financial sandbox. The BRICS countries, in our opinion, must create regulatory environments that encourage fintechs with a social purpose, the so-called regulatory sandbox, as we have in Brazil today, that enable testing new credit models with more flexible rules, ensuring security and innovation. And my fourth suggestion that we have is to create learning networks between the BRICS countries. And lastly, we need to strengthen technical cooperation between the BRICS countries. We may share experiences, data, methodologies, creating a BRICS observatory of gender and finance. Why not? This observatory could monitor, promote best practices of female financial inclusion. And to conclude, what we're talking about here is not only access to credit. We're talking about access to future. This is what we're talking about, of enabling millions of women within the BRICS countries have the means to transform their talents into businesses, their ideas into solutions, and their territories into prosperity spaces. This is the challenge that we have ahead of us. But with innovation, cooperation, focus, we all have the conditions of overcoming those challenges and building a new development model in which women are not just included, but that they can actually be or play the leading role. This is it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I bring this panel to a close, it's covered a wide range of issues around financing in the BRICS, raising finances, addressing the green transition, and serving and reaching disempowered groups and those that are denied finance. In looking at this, we have looked at systemic issues, judicial issues, technology issues, and also to reimagine and rethink the entire finance framework. I thank all the panelists for their contributions. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Please gather at the center of the stage for the official photo, please. The picture, yep. Thank you once again. It was very, very good. So don't go anywhere, those who are in the audience, because we will hear shortly from a very special keynote speaker, Maxim Oreshkin, Chief of Staff of the Presidential Executive Office of Russia. He's on his way. And afterwards, we are going to have the BRICS Awards 2025 ceremony. The celebration brings together transformative initiatives from BRICS countries and recognizes leaders who are contributing to a more just, innovative, and sustainable world. But before, we're going to watch a video while we wait for Mr. Oreschke.
Tudo que tá no seu dia a dia. Olha quem faz, a indústria quem cria. Cola aqui com a gente pra criar algo pro mundo. As suas mãos constroem o futuro. Cria com os parça, cria com as minas. Criando o futuro com a gente, vem pra cima.
Uma indústria que está sempre inovando e é sustentável, cria não só produtos, cria oportunidades, cria um futuro melhor.
A indústria cria, a indústria é mais.
Global supply chains are tested daily, but by making trade resilient, communities and economies can thrive. From infrastructure to innovation to decarbonization, we can future-proof trade and our world. Resilient trade made possible.
A better home is everyone's dream. We are empowering our customers to create a more sustainable world. With innovative products, with professional services, we keep the world striding forward. With complete solutions, solid to succeed.
Industry is the force that moves the country. Present in all states, it is the link that connects agriculture, commerce, services, and Brazil to the world. This force is green, powered by renewable energy and sustainable solutions for a low-carbon future. More than 500,000 micro, small, medium, and large industries in Brazil employ over 11.5 million people, account for 25% of the national GDP and nearly 70% of Brazil's exports. This force is represented by the National Confederation of Industry, CNI, which coordinates the industry system alongside CESI, SENAI, and IEL, and promotes the sector's interests in Brazil's Congress and on the global stage. Together, these institutions support innovation, education, safety, and global competitiveness. SENAI, National Service for Industrial Training, with over 89 million students enrolled since its creation, is Latin America's largest private network of industry-focused technical and vocational education. With a network of cutting-edge technology and infrastructure, it promotes innovation and supports industrial competitiveness. CESI, Brazilian Social Service for Industry, promotes health, safety, and quality of life for industrial workers through services for companies of all sizes. With an innovative methodology focused on the job market, it is the largest private education network in the country. IEL Uvaldo Lodi Institute is present at every stage of a professional career, offering internships, developing leaders, and promoting innovation by bringing together universities, companies, and research centers. With technological innovation, renewable energy, and a new generation of professionals, Brazilian industry drives sustainable development, economic growth, creates opportunities, connects Brazil to the world, and transforms lives. Industry creates. Industry is more. Brazilian National Confederation of Industry, CNI.
Next, we will hear from our keynote speaker, Maxim Oreshkin, Chief of Staff of the Presidential Executive Office of Russia, with extensive experience in economic policy and strategic government coordination. Mr. Oreshkin will talk about his vision. An economist by training, he previously served as Minister of Economic Development, standing out for his work on reforms and projects aimed at sustainable growth. Today, he plays a key role in directly advising the President of the Russian Federation, contributing to high-impact political and economic decisions. I invite to the stage Mr. Maxim Oreshkin, Chief of Staff of the Presidential Executive Office of Russia. The floor is yours.
So, dear colleagues, good evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, 6 years ago, no one could have even imagined the scale of the challenges that would confront businesses, government, and entire regions across the world. COVID-19 pandemic, big political shifts in large economies, geopolitical and military conflicts across the globe, trade wars, and even three-digit tariffs. The global landscape has changed dramatically. We are definitely living in a totally different world. Some developments have been particularly shocking for business people. I'm referring, for instance, to the so-called freezing, in reality the outright seizure of Russia's international reserves. This was not just an economic measure, but an act of financial aggression. Our country has faced over 30,000 sanctions, a record number, nearly double that of all other countries combined. They did everything they could to dismantle our supply chains, cripple our key industries, and disconnect us from the financial and payments infrastructure, all with the goal of triggering an economic collapse through a sudden coordinated shock. To be honest, we had concerns about the possible consequences too, but those dire predictions did not come true. We believed in our country, in our people, in the strengths of Russian businesses, science, and technology. What is more important, our businessmen and people believed in themselves. That belief, backed of course by determination and decisive action, allowed us to launch a sweeping transformation of our economy. Even under those pressures I've mentioned, we have achieved real breakthroughs and made our country and economy more sovereign, more powerful, and more resilient. Let's look at the facts. Russia's GDP has grown by more than 4% annually for the past 2 years, outpacing the global average. We now have the lowest unemployment rate in our history and one of the lowest globally, only 2.2%. This is down from 5% just a few years ago. We are undergoing big technological shifts with AI, autonomous systems, fintech, and digital platforms. All of these are based on our own and our friends' technological solutions. The message is clear. The Russian economy is not only surviving, it is growing and growing fast. We are very confident about our future. And our example shows to the world, overcoming politically motivated external constraints is not only feasible, it can be a real catalyst for the progress. And who in the end suffered most from the sanctions? Ironically, it's those who imposed them. We can see it in the declining performance of the European Union economy, from industry to agriculture. Consider the facts. Germany, a key European economy which used to be one of the global dominants, is now struggling in multi-year stagnation, losing global competitiveness, from car manufacturing to chemical industry. Europe was once Russia's largest trading partner, but through its own short-sighted decisions, it has inflicted serious damage on itself. Today, it's clear who really depends on whom, and who is losing the most under sanctions. And on the global scale, the situation is the same. the European Union and the United States are deeply dependent on BRICS countries and its partners. Their consumers are dependent on production in our country and definitely not vice versa. And their finances are totally dependent on savings we make. The evolving nature of current trade wars makes this dependence increasingly obvious. Dear colleagues, the risks facing the global economy today are greater than ever. What happened to Russia could happen to any country or any business, and no one is immune. Many of you know this not just in theory, but through direct experience. But one key lesson we've learned is this: the BRICS nations and its partners already have what it takes. We have the talent, the resources, the technology, and the capacity to drive growth and improve the lives of our people. BRICS today already represents more than 40% of global GDP and more than half of the world's population. We are home to many of the world's new growth centers, vibrant, rapidly urbanizing societies with huge domestic markets. Our companies are global leaders. Just a few examples. China's Huawei is a global technological powerhouse. Brazilian Embraer plays a key role in the aerospace sector. India's Tech Mahindra is a leader in digital solutions, including AI. The UAE DP World is reshaping global logistics. And Russia's Rosatom is the top global player in nuclear energy. Within the BRICS framework, we have extraordinary opportunities in infrastructure, in logistics, and technology. We can advance new tools in finance, payments, and investment. We can invest in people. Putting all these tools together, we can create a powerful, sustainable platform for a global development and growth. And it's our collective responsibility to move forward. Earlier this year in Moscow, we held an open dialogue forum with experts from more than 100 countries. People from all around the world came with ideas on how to strengthen the new Global South Growth Platform. It was definitely a successful forum, and we plan to go on. Not just through more dialogue, but by creating an entire ecosystem to turn bold ideas into action. At last year's BRICS Summit in Kazan, we proposed the new investment platform, a way to multiply investment flows into BRICS and the Global South, using advanced financial technology, including blockchain. We now invite our partners to collaborate on building the systems and frameworks for long-term global development, to join work whose results are already unfolding around us. Dear friends, new rules for the new world aren't imposed from outside, as they were in the old era of globalization. They grow from within, shaped by innovation, business creativity, and the real interests of our nations and our people. Yes, this is a long-term effort, and some may view it as overly ambitious, even unrealistic. A minister from one BRICS country once told me, "This is all great, but probably won't happen in our lifetime." But let's remember how much has already changed, unexpectedly for many of us, in just 6 years. If we've learned anything, it's that we are more resilient than anyone imagined. And if we think big, work hard, and cooperate fairly and equally, success is inevitable. Thank you for your attention. Have a nice forum. Thank you.
Спасибо большое. Thank you so much, Mr. Oreshkin, Chief of Staff of the Presidential Executive Office of Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that we now begin the BRICS Awards 2025 ceremony here in Rio de Janeiro. This celebration brings together transformative initiatives from BRICS countries and recognizes leaders who are contributing to a more just, innovative, and sustainable world. We would like to welcome the delegations of the participating member countries, the judges, representatives of partner institutions, entrepreneurs, and special guests. Now we will honor the winners of 2 international awards, the BRICS Solutions Awards, promoted by the BRICS Business Council, and the Women's Startup Contest, organized by BRICS Women's Business Alliance. To start, we'll learn a little bit more about the BRICS Solutions Awards 2025. Let's play our video.
The BRICS Solutions Awards recognize innovative projects that address global challenges through social and environmental impact. The initiative strengthens the efforts of the BRICS Business Council's working group's recommendations under the Brazilian presidency. The awards are intended for both BRICS member countries and partner nations. In this edition, we received 500 project submissions, mainly from Russia, Brazil, China, India, South Africa, and the United Arab Emirates. Projects were first evaluated by national experts from each BRICS country in a regional phase, followed by a final review conducted by a Brazilian committee. The evaluation criteria included innovation, feasibility, scalability potential, and contribution to sustainable development. 6 strategic areas guided the awards: bioeconomy, innovative financing for sustainability, food security and sustainable production, circular economy, energy transition and digital transformation for sustainability. Envisioning an inclusive, fair and sustainable world demands action. The 18 winning projects offer tangible solutions that create real impact for people and businesses across BRICS countries. For more information about the awardees, visit the BRICS Solutions Awards website. BRICS Business Council, business cooperation for an inclusive and sustainable future.
The BRICS Solutions Awards recognizes high-impact projects that address global challenges and promote sustainable development with a focus on innovative solutions in BRICS countries. We'll now invite the 18 winners of this edition to take the stage and position themselves for the presentation of the categories. We'll have very shortly the 18 winners in different categories such as bioeconomy, energy transition, digital transformation for sustainability, circular economy, food security and sustainable production, innovative financing for sustainability. And right after, we're going to have the ceremony of the Women's Startup Contest, an initiative of the partnership between BRICS Women's Business Alliance and Cebrics Nacional, which highlights women entrepreneurs with high social and economic impact solutions in their countries. Very soon. We have winners from different countries: China, Brazil, India, United Arab Emirates, And let's begin. Let's get to know each one of the winning projects. Bioeconomy. First place, China. Project, the development and applications of liquid phase biochips for molecular and smart breeding. Organization, Hygen Tech Company Limited. Please come to the stage. Second place, Brazil. Project, reducing livestock methane through native algae cultivation. Organization, the BKK Institute Bonfarto Cage Conservado. Third place, Brazil. Project, transforming agricultural systems, microbial bio-inputs, driving sustainable fertilizer reduction. Organization, Embrapa Milho e Sorgo. Energy transition, first place, India. Project, FPL Scudigli ISTS Park, organization, fourth partner, Energy PVT Limited. Can you please one step forward? All of you? Yep. Can you move? Yes. In second place, in energy transition, China. Project, ICBC facilitates UAE's. Oh, first, we are still with bioeconomy. I'm getting ahead of myself. Congratulations. Now, energy transition. India, first place. Project, FPL Scudigli ISTS Park, organization, fourth partner, Energy PVT. Second place, China. Project, ICBC, that facilitates UAE's clean energy transition by leading financing for dual phase for 700 megawatt CSP and 250 megawatt PV IPP project. Organization, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Digital transformation for sustainability. We have Russia, project Third Opinion AI, clinical decision support system for radiology and digital care. Organization, Third Opinion AI. In India, project, the patented double booth with single set of equipment. Organization, Comvision India PVT Limited. Circular economy, United Arab Emirates project, the Soul Plus certified B Corp, catalyzing new circular economies previously unimagined. Organization, the Soul Plus. Second place, Brazil, project GLR Tech, organization GLR Tech. Food security and sustainable production, first place, India, project TCS Digital Food Initiative, DFI's digital platform for next-gen agriculture, DNA, TCS DFI DNA, organization Tata Consultancy Services Limited. Second place, Brazil, project Amadi Regenera, organization Amadi. Third place, Brazil, Project Reduction of Food Loss and Waste, Organization Nanox Tecnologia S.A. Last but not least, Innovative Financing for Sustainability, First Place China Project, ICBC Parallel Loan and AB Loan Facility for the Banban Solar Park Project, Egypt, Organization Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. Second place, Brazil, Project Catastrophe Fund, Organization Zurich Seguros. Third place, India, Project Cebrics Impact Solutions and its Cebrics Healthcare Blended Finance Facility, Organization IPE Global. Thank you so much and congratulations.
No lugar de Cristine, no WBA, colocar Mahad Mozia. Procura o Cristine. Mahad Mozia. Essa Cristine.
We continue the ceremony with the Women Startup Contest, an initiative of the partnership between BRICS Women's Business Alliance and Sebrae Nacional, which highlights women entrepreneurs with high social and economic impact solutions in their countries. Now we'll learn more about these distinguished projects. Let's watch the video.
Celebrate transformative startup initiatives led by women from around the world. The BRICS Women Startups Contest highlights entrepreneurs who are shaping the future, an initiative co-organized by the Women's Business Alliance and Cebrics. In 2025, the theme was Building Global Bridges, Women Strengthening BRICS Economic Boundaries. The 2025 edition, organized by Cebrics, welcomed more than 1,000 applications, women entrepreneurs from over 20 countries. BRICS Women Startups Contest is more than a competition, it's about building global bridges. It showcases global solutions, drives technology and strategic partnerships, connects women-led startups to global markets. It's the creation of a vibrant ecosystem of women who are transforming the world through entrepreneurship.
And let's get to know the winners. Agriculture and food security. First of all, Margarete Coelho from Sebrae will help deliver the awards. So, agriculture and food security. We have Christine Massati, Grand Stage Trading Pty Limited from South Africa. Estefânia Vangeli Ramos Campos, Benano Soluções Tecnológicas Limitada, Brasil. Dana Kátia Mechede, Dana Agro, Brasil. Now, commerce, services and digital transformation. Argenir Guine Servilha, Metavila, IS Brasil. Pamela Faustina Campos, TCX Creative Solutions SA, Brasil. Ana Raquel Calhau Pereira, Next Atlas, Brasil. Education and Skills Development, Mahadi Mozia Lift Up Learning Pty Limited, South Africa. Marina Barbosa da Silva, Movimento Black Money, Brasil. Sandra Regina Marti, Brasil. Energy, Infrastructure and Mobility, Mekidis Ashagre Minlike, Abenli Energy Solutions, Ethiopia. Natalie Milena Parga Hernandes, Square, Brazil. Natalia Guida Gianpietri Paigas, South Africa. Healthcare and Well-Being, Kanchan Garg, Kasahoya Private Limited, India. Anna Mesheriakova, Third Opinion AI, Russian Federation. Fei Qiu, Chongqing Linhang Digital Medical Economy Research Institute, China. Last but not least, Sustainable Development and Climate Solutions, Rituparna Das, Hydrotech Solutions, India, Chue Hang, Bauxite Recycling Technologies, China, Marbella Maria Bernardes da Fonseca, Microciclo Biotecnologia, Brazil. And let's take the official photo at the center of the stage. Já foi. Once again, then, Agriculture and Food Security, Christine Massaiti, Stefania Vangeli Ramos Campos, one step forward, please, and Dana Katia Mechedi. Now, Commerce, Services and Digital Transformation, one step ahead, Argenide Guinness Servilha, Pamela Faustina Campos, and Ana Raquel Calhau Pereira. Now, Education and Skills Development. Mahadi Mosia, Marina Barbosa da Silva, Sandra Regina Marchi. Energy, Infrastructure and Mobility. Mekides Achagre Menlike, Nathalie Milena Parga Hernandes, Natália Guida Giampietri. Healthcare and Well-being. Kanchan Ga. Teriakava and Fei Ku. And Sustainable Development and Climate Solutions, Rituparna Das, Chue Hang, Marbella Maria Bernardes da Fonseca. Congratulations to all the winners. Your solutions, your talent, and your leadership are a source of inspiration for the BRICS countries and the world. Thank you and congratulations once again. We want this acknowledgement to turn into new opportunities, partnerships, and positive impact. Thank you very much. We have reached the end of a journey marked by listening, cooperation, and shared purpose. The BRICS Business Forum 2025 reaffirmed that it is possible to build bridges between cultures, economies, and world views, proving that dialogue among nations of the Global South is a true force for transformation. We kindly request that everyone return the simultaneous translation devices, and we invite you all to the closing coffee of BRICS Brazil 2025. We deeply thank every participant, every idea, and every contribution that made this forum a vibrant space for collective construction, and to our sponsors and supporters. We say goodbye for now, but with our eyes already set on the future, we will meet again in 2026 under India's presidency. Thank you very much. Muito obrigada, and see you then.